Chapter 9:57. Rumble. In the next moment, a boundless amount of power erupted from his body. The laws of the world in the eastern wilderness surged over, forming the phantom of a continent behind his head. That was the manifestation of the eastern wilderness. See how Meow and the others were shocked. Then they saw the entire eastern wilderness and the people in the eastern wilderness from Chu Yang's body. An indescribable aura also emerged from Chu Yang's body. In that instant, not only did Chu Yang see the entire eastern wilderness, but he also saw all the living beings in the eastern wilderness. All the living beings in the eastern wilderness also saw Chu Yang. I am the creator of all things in the universe. I am the light, and I am your light. I am the source of life, and I give you life. I am omniscient and omnipotent. I am your Lord. Please listen to my will. Chu Yang was pretending to be a fraud. Everyone in the eastern wilderness didn't see him. 5 Elements sect. When Xiao Guai saw how shameless Chu Yang was, it covered its eyes with its paws. It couldn't watch anymore. The parrot was also speechless. This immoral thing was too daring. Bragging like this was not how one should brag. If he did, he would be beaten to death. This evil creature. In the small courtyard where Chu Yang was staying in the 5 Elements sect, a couple saw Chu Yang's behavior. The husband gritted his teeth fiercely. Qian Aoshue was beside the couple, and she was completely stunned at this moment. This couple was naturally Chu Yang's parents. Chu Yunlong really wanted to slap Chu Yang's face until it was crooked. What kind of nonsense was he saying? Didn't he know that trouble comes from the mouth? As for Qian Aoshue, she had complained about Chu Yang through Chu Na. However, as soon as she finished complaining, this happened. At this moment, Chu Na was naturally beside her parents. At the same time, there were 2 other people, Chu Fei and the Saint Child. The Zithertune Saint Child had sent a desolate demon egg to Chu Fei. When the 2 of them saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. That little bastard, when I see him later, I'll definitely skin him alive. The more Chu Yunlong thought about it, the angrier he became. Father, I'm afraid you won't be able to find an excuse to skin your younger brother. Chu Fei smiled bitterly and said, I'm really the Lord now, the Lord of the Eastern Wilderness. It's not too much for him to say that. The Saint Child nodded. Through the image that Chu Yang saw, he said, those 4 wearing dragon robe should be Emperor Wei, Emperor Qi, Emperor Han, and Emperor Wu. There are also a few with soaring demonic auras. They should be the demon kings of the demon clan. As for the others, they should be from the East continent. A few of them are too strong. After a pause, he said, that cauldron should be the world cauldron used to suppress the eastern wilderness. I'm afraid this battle will be very dangerous. Hearing this, Chu Yunlong immediately became nervous. The Grand Elder, the Golden Elder, the Adjudicating Elder, and the others were all shocked by this scene. They never expected that Chu Yang would be promoted to the Lord of the Eastern Wilderness. Even more so, they didn't expect that Chu Yang would be fighting a fierce battle with the 4 sovereigns of the 4 nations. Not far from Chu Yang's battle, the 2 elders and the hunchback patriarch were watching Chu Yang's battle. The 2 elders were extremely anxious. Patriarch, are we really not going to help the young master? The 2 elders were anxious. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Chu Yang's situation was really worrying. What are you worried about? The patriarch smiled. I couldn't see through his divine demon martial soul before. These small fries from the East continent are nothing. Is the East continent that great? Just wait and see. This kid definitely has some tricks up his sleeve. After a pause, he said, immediately send the news back and tell this kid's father. After this battle is over, tell him to kick this kid to the East continent no matter what. Otherwise, if he advances in the Eastern Wilderness, our young master will be destroyed. Yes, Patriarch. Chapter 9:58. Don't panic. I've said it before. Even if he occupies the source of the Eastern Wilderness, it's useless. We have the World Cauldron and can suppress the Eastern Wilderness. We can also suppress him. See how Meow had to speak to calm the crowd. Even he was shocked, let alone the others. The moment Chu Yang became the master of the Eastern Wilderness, the aura he released was too shocking. After all, as the master of a world, No matter how weak the world was, he still had supreme divine might and could dominate everything. Yes, don't be scared by a mere native. Ouyang grinned. He's just a chicken raised in a chicken coop outside a well. If he's scared, what can he do even if he's fierce? Junior brother Ouyang is right. He's just a mere native. Don't be confused. The Eastern Wilderness is too weak. At most, it can withstand a 5th-level soul fusion realm expert. How much ability can the so-called master of the Eastern Wilderness have? Ridiculous. This native really thinks he's the master. But he's just the master of a chicken coop. Wang Sanshur and the others, after Si Hao Miao and Ouyang Li, calmed down and sneered. Although the words of the 4 emperors of the 4 countries and the Gold Ra King of the demon race were harsh to the ears, Si Hao Miao and the others were speaking the truth. They also relaxed and even smiled. Wong. At this time, the world cauldron trembled again. It was unknown how much more intense it was than before. It trembled as if it was shivering. It was like a child meeting an evil spirit, letting out a terrifying scream. Not good. He's using the source of the Eastern Wilderness to connect to the main world. If he succeeds, the main world's laws will descend and we'll all die. Si Hao Miao sensed the world cauldron, and his face immediately showed a horrified expression. Attack quickly. We must kill him before that happens. Si Hao Miao was completely panicked. He took the lead, and with a bang, his entire body emitted fierce flames. When the island's ground touched the flames, it instantly turned into magma. At this moment, Si Hao Miao was like a sun. Sky-burning fist. Boom! The punch was like a volcanic eruption. Endless flames burned towards Chuyang. Wherever it passed, the fragile void of the Eastern Wilderness was burned until it curled up and even burned through, revealing a hole. These holes were all spatial black holes. Woo. The sound of a spatial storm could be heard. Emperor's fist suppressing all the geniuses, the unique and righteous. The 4 emperors of the 4 countries gathered in one place, combining their powers to form the figure of an emperor. A huge golden hand pressed down, overturning heaven and earth. The 9 dragons on it roared, their cries shaking the 9 heavens. Kill! At the same time, the Gold Ra King and the other monster kings of the monster race, as well as the others from the East Continent, no longer held back. They had to kill Chuyang at all costs. The Lord is omnipotent. The Lord is supreme. The Lord is immortal and indestructible. Foolish people, you still don't understand. Quickly wake up. Chuyang smiled and disappeared into the void. At this moment, the Eastern Wilderness was his domain. He felt as if he could control the space and time of the Eastern Wilderness. Boom! The void exploded and a spatial storm swept out. Those who couldn't escape in time immediately screamed. But what was shocking was that these people didn't die. The Eastern Wilderness is weak, but the spatial storm is also weak to this extent. Chuyang was hidden in the void. He couldn't help but shake his head. Logically speaking, a spatial storm could instantly kill a soul amalgamation realm cultivator. But what he saw in front of him completely overturned his understanding. Native, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Boom! Si Hao Miao suddenly undid the seal on his body, and his cultivation rose to the 7th level of the soul amalgamation realm. The surrounding void couldn't withstand it and shattered, causing a spatial storm to appear. However, Si Hao Miao was in the middle of the spatial storm and wasn't harmed at all. The entire Eastern Wilderness was like a chicken coop to the East Continent. Even if the chicken coop was destroyed, it wouldn't cause much harm to the people of the East Continent. Chapter 959. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Native, you didn't expect this, did you? Even the spatial storm in the Eastern Wilderness can't do anything to me. You, the master of the Eastern Wilderness, are nothing. You're just an ant in front of me. Whoosh! Si Hao Miao threw a punch at Chuyang, who was hidden in the void. Immediately, that patch of space exploded into pieces. A spatial storm swept out and enveloped Chuyang's entire body. After that, he disappeared. When the space closed and returned to normal, Chuyang was nowhere to be seen. See how Meow scanned again and again with his divine sense, but he couldn't find Chu Yang at all. He laughed out loud again. Ha, natives are natives. You can't even withstand this bullshit spatial storm. You're nothing. He was overjoyed, and the pressure in his heart was released. Senior brother Hao Miao, that native is dead? Lu Changkong still couldn't believe it. After all, Chu Yang was just too shocking. Lu Changkong and the others were only in the origin martial realm, so they didn't fight. That was why they were still alive. Of course, Si Hao Miao smiled confidently and then shook his head. Qianzi has his eyes on the eastern wilderness, but the eastern wilderness is just too weak. It's so weak that it's stupefying. The spatial storm is so weak. Qianzi will probably have to spend a lot of effort to make the eastern wilderness his backyard. I'm afraid it won't make up for the losses. Buzz, buzz. The world cauldron trembled even more violently than the previous 2 times. There were even cracks on the cauldron. Si Hao Miao's smile instantly froze on his face. He was almost scared out of his wits. How is this possible? How can this native contact the main world so quickly? Rumble. Just as he was about to die from shock, the world cauldron exploded. However, the void in the eastern wilderness was extremely firm. The world cauldron's explosion couldn't even shatter the void. The laws of the main world had descended. The Lord is omnipotent. You don't need to be surprised. This is the most basic ability of the Lord. At some point, Chu Yang had already appeared above Si Hao Miao and the others. He began to judge them. 4 kingdoms for emperors. The 4 of you have sullied the eastern wilderness. You must purify your impure bodies and impure souls. Pung. His words were like a law. With a bang, the white heavenly flames on the 4 nations burned them. After a few miserable shrieks, they were burned to ashes, not even leaving behind their souls. Gold Rock King, Lion King, Tiger King. Master says, quickly come to the bowl. A huge bowl appeared and streaks of worldly laws shot out, piercing through the 3 Yao kings, directly wiping out their souls and collecting them into the bowl. 3-eyed king, the Lord has said that you can eat but can't. You're truly displeasing. He has bestowed upon you the reincarnation of a pig. Next time, you will be served on the dining table. A black hole, like a reincarnation black hole, sucked the 3-eyed king in. The 3-eyed king had no strength to resist at all. After being sucked in, he was spat out in the blink of an eye. The only difference was that he was now a dried corpse, one that had been weathered for thousands of years. The Lord has said, judgment, judgment of thunder. Guests from the east continent shall be granted eternal life and reincarnation under the thunder. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The spear of judgment descended, instantly killing Si Hao Miao. He was drowned in lightning and turned into ashes. The killing took only a few moments. The Lord has said, leave when the deed is done. Hide your achievements and fame. Whoosh, Chu Yang said as he disappeared in an instant. Bullshit. Show off. You will die if you don't show off. The Hunchback tribe leader said to Chu Yang. As for the 2 tribe elders, they stared blankly in the direction Chu Yang had left. It was over just like that. Fast, it was too fast. Chapter 960. In the 5 Elements sect, when the parrot saw the final result, it jumped out and began to clamor incessantly. Wahaha! Do you see the brilliance of this divine parrot? My lord, he is the Lord. You stupid people, you didn't even notice this divine bird's obvious warning. Now it's too late to flatter. Was it appropriate to forcefully explain and show off one's brilliance? The people of the 5 Elements sect were immediately speechless. Hearing the parrot's clamor, Chu Yunlong and his wife flew out. When they saw the parrot's smug face, they couldn't help but frown. Why did their son take in such a lousy bird? The parrot's divine sense was powerful, and it immediately noticed that it was being looked down upon. It glared at Chu Yunlong and said, Hey, old man, what's with your expression? Why don't you immediately shout my Lord's true name? My Lord is merciful and will give you tolerance and gospel. Old man, Chu Yunlong wanted to kill the parrot and eat it to go with wine. Old man, you're still not convinced. The parrot flew over and pointed at Chu Yunlong with its wing. Old man, quickly report your 18 generations of ancestors. This divine bird wants to see how such an ignorant person can appear at a time like this. I'm your lord's father, Chu Yunlong roared. The parrot disdainfully said, My lord's father. What are you? My lord's father? Isn't that the wicked father? How good can he be if he can give birth to such a wicked son like Chu Yang? After the parrot came to its senses, it began to sweat profusely. Whoosh! The parrot ran. My lord's father, the ignorant are innocent. Its voice floated from afar. It was really scared. Chu Yang was already so wicked that smoke was coming out of his mouth. How could his father be so wicked? Therefore, it missed the opportunity to welcome Chu Yang. The true Lord has arrived. Why don't you shout his name? The voice came out of the void, and Chu Yang appeared in front of his parents. He said with a smile, The Lord is here to bless you too with fortune as great as the East Sea and longevity as long as the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yanlong directly lost his temper. He beat and kicked Chu Yang like a storm, while cursing. Who asked you to call yourself master? Who asked you to be so arrogant? Who asked you to be so impudent? Who asked you to be so conceited? Huh. When the people from the five-element sect saw this scene, they were stunned at first. Then, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. No matter how awesome the son was, he couldn't be as awesome as the father. The great master of the eastern wilderness could only scurry away like a rat in front of his own father. Chu Fei and the zither tone holy son laughed when they saw Chu Yang screaming miserably. This was their shameless little brother. That was how he behaved. Qian Aoshue was gloating. When she saw this scene, she felt that she had found a way to deal with that bastard Chu Yang. As for Chu Na, she secretly went over and kicked Chu Yang's feet. In less than a year, Chu Yang had made her worry countless times. After a storm, Chu Yang was finally saved. He complained, Father, your son is now outstanding. I'm the great master of the eastern wilderness. You have to give me some face in front of others. Huh. The people from the five-element sect immediately burst into laughter. Chu Yanlong seemed to be annoyed by Chu Yang's naughty appearance. He pointed at Qian Aoshue and shouted, Did you bully his daughter? You have to take responsibility for bullying her. Chu Yang jumped up. Father, you have to take responsibility for your words. I don't care about my face, but she does. Qian Aoshue's face was already red. I don't care about your nonsense. I have to take responsibility for bullying you. Chu Yanlong shouted again. Also, go to the East Continent immediately and bring back my other daughter-in-law. Got it, father. Chu Yang glanced at his father and realized that his father's temper was unusually big. Usually, a round of punches and kicks would be enough to deal with him. Got it. Go now. Now. Chu Yang was stunned. What do you think? Chu Yanlong rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was going to do something big. Father, you don't have to be in such a hurry. If you're in a hurry to have a grandson, I still have a daughter-in-law here. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yanlong directly went berserk, as expected of a wicked father. How cruel! The parrot was sweating in the distance. It was secretly glad that it ran quickly just now. Otherwise, it would definitely be dead. After being beaten for a while, Chu Yang said again, Father, even if I go to the eastern wilderness, I have to say goodbye to my friends. Give you half a day. After saying that, Chu Yanlong put his hands behind his back and walked away angrily. Was it necessary for him to shoot his mouth off? Chu Yang was speechless. He then looked in the direction his father left and said to himself, Father, I'm really going to the East Continent this time. Take care of yourself. Gong Sun Long, Qianzi. The world of the East Continent was definitely not comparable to the Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness was too weak. Chapter 9:61. Outside the pavilion, by the side of the ancient path, fragrant grass stretched to the sky. The evening breeze brushed against the willow flutes, the sunset beyond the mountains. The horizon of heaven, the corner of earth, half of my friends are gone. Life is a rare gathering. Only parting is common. May I know when you will return. There was no farewell, only a carnival. When Chu Fei, the Saint Child, and the others woke up, They did not feel sad or emotional at all because they saw the disdain that Chu Yang left behind when he left. Uncultured dregs, this is a farewell poem. I will remember it well. In the future, don't embarrass yourself on parting occasions. Otherwise, when you reach the East Continent, don't say that I don't know you. For your salvation, this is all I can do. Goodbye, dregs. Chu Fei, the Saint Child, Chao Ju, the Silver Wolf, and the others could only smile bitterly at such a message. At this moment, Chu Yang had already flown across the entire eastern wilderness with the parrot, passing by Jinyuan City, Sea Demon City, and the sea region where Emperor Island was. Everything that had happened in the past appeared in his mind one by one, and it felt like a dream. Time seemed to have passed too quickly, and he felt a little emotional. He also felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Lil Guai was not by his side. The Grand Elder said that Lil Guai was just like a baby now, and it was not suitable for it to leave. Little 5 and Little 6 were also not here. The two apes were on Emperor Island at this moment, and they were resurrecting with the help of the desolate demon eggs. Chu Yang gave away all 6 desolate demon eggs. Chu Yang was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he reached the end of the eastern wilderness, where the spatial barrier of the eastern wilderness was. Here, he fought with the people from the East Continent for the first time and took a large ship. Here, Chu Yang stopped in his tracks. He was reluctant to part with them. He did not know when he would be able to return to the East Continent. He could not help but look back in the direction of the eastern wilderness, silently gazing into the distance. Then, he resolutely turned around. Goodbye, eastern wilderness. Those were his last words. Then, he turned around and passed through the eastern wilderness's spatial barrier, disappearing from the eastern wilderness. During this time, the parrot called out, "Quack, quack, East Continent, this divine bird is here. Wait for this divine bird to unify the East Continent." After passing through the spatial barrier, Chu Yang was greeted by complete darkness. The sun and moon did not shine, and everything was deathly still. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Chu Yang completely lost his sense of direction. Finally, he saw a glimmer of light off in the distance. He followed this trace of light and flew for an unknown distance across the east wasteland. Suddenly, that trace of light turned into a rope of light in his eyes. As it got closer, the rope of light turned into a huge heavenly pillar. After that, Chu Yang could no longer see its full appearance. He only saw that there were many space-time passages on it. They were like bubbles, constantly forming and bursting. This should be the only link between the eastern wilderness and the main world on the East Continent. The space-time passages on this link were too unstable. After experiencing it personally, he realized how dangerous it was. The space-time passages were constantly breaking and forming. Chu Yang observed for a while. The space-time passages on the belt could last for at most 3 minutes before they completely shattered. Fuck, am I going to the East Continent or am I going to die? Chu Yang looked at these space-time passages and felt his scalp tingle. The parrot was also sweating and felt very guilty. Master, why don't we go back home and go to the East Continent? What's so great about the East Continent? Everyone there is a bunch of country bumpkins. How can they be as high and mighty as the Eastern Wilderness? Chapter 962. Chu Yang pondered for a while. It was dangerous, but since his brother and the Zither Saint could go to the East Continent, it meant that it was possible to go to the East Continent with these unreliable space-time passages. The space-time passages break down very quickly, but the time it takes to reach the East Continent should be very short. I guess it'll take a blink of an eye. Only then would it make sense. However, it was still very dangerous. Chu Yang thought about it carefully and chose the most stable space-time passage. He stepped into it with a slightly nervous heart. As soon as he entered, it was hazy. It was as if he was crossing the river of time. Space-time was constantly changing, and he couldn't distinguish between east, west, north, and south. He had completely lost his sense of direction, and his perception was completely chaotic. After that, everything stabilized. Chu Yang felt that stars were flickering from time to time, and supreme figures were appearing. The scene was hazy, like a dream, and it made him feel bewildered. Boom! As space-time changed, the space-time passage suddenly trembled violently. All the strange phenomena disappeared, and all kinds of symbols flickered. Everything was chaotic to the extreme. "Master, this is bad. We're going to die." The parrot screamed, its voice trembling. Cracks had appeared on the walls of this space-time passage like porcelain, and it was about to collapse. Woo-woo! Strange whistling sounds were suddenly heard. This was caused by the space-time passage cracking, and violent spatial energy surging in. Whoosh whoosh. It seemed like a gust of wind was blowing, but Chu Yang was alarmed and quickly dodged. Then he found that his sideburns had been cut, and a piece of his skin had been directly cut off. That was a violent spatial energy turbulence. If he had been a little later, his whole head would have been cut off. Damn it! This was completely different from what Chu Yang had expected. He had thought that as long as he stepped into the passage, he would be teleported to the East Continent in the blink of an eye. But now, how many blinks of an eye had passed? Bang! Chu Yang ran wildly, and a pair of light and dark wings appeared behind his back. As he flapped, it seemed as if heaven and hell were the source of power, increasing his speed to the extreme. He flew in the passage that was about to collapse. Whoosh! An expanse of flowing light flew over. That was a spatial fragment, incomparably resplendent, but it was even more dangerous than a deadly weapon. Chu Yang flew a high speed, trying his best to dodge. But these spatial fragments were too dense. No matter how he dodged, it was useless. His ribs were still grazed. With a pu sound, blood splattered everywhere. With his powerful body, ordinary weapons would not be able to do anything to him, but a mere fragment was enough to seriously injure him. "Master, now is the time for you to display your omnipotence. You must charge out, or I will be consigned to eternal damnation." "I, the divine bird, am not immortal," the parrot cried out. More and more cracks appeared on the inner walls of the space-time passageway, and it was about to collapse. If it did, it would be a terrifying catastrophe. There was no doubt that this was caused by the chaotic space-time. This link that connected the eastern wilderness and the East Continent passed through the entire chaotic sea of space-time. Although Chu Yang hadn't seen the chaotic sea of space-time, it definitely existed. At this moment, he should be passing through the space-time chaotic seas. Chi, another resplendent spatial fragment, flew over, carrying chaotic spatial laws. It flickered with dazzling light, but it was terrifying. Chu Yang could no longer fly at his highest speed. He darted left and right, trying his best to dodge. His speed was greatly affected. Even so, there was still a cut on his shoulder, and blood was gushing out. Chapter 963. Buzz. The space-time tunnel began to collapse. Fortunately, it started from the back and chased after Chu Yang. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. The tunnel collapsed, and even more chaotic space-time energy surged in. There were countless spatial fragments, and it was getting more and more dangerous. Chu Yang moved quickly. The light and dark wings on his back flapped continuously. He flew like a floating light, bypassing the space-time turbulence and moving forward with difficulty. "Master, we're almost there. We can see the exit. Just a little more, and we'll be able to rush out." The parrot cried out again, but this time it was filled with joy. However, as soon as its voice fell, the tunnel in front of them rumbled loudly. The tunnel wall completely collapsed, and a space-time storm surged in. The road ahead was almost cut off. The situation was extremely bad. How could they avoid it? The parrot froze. Boom! The space-time storm surged, and, at the same time, the collapse of the space became even more severe. If it completely broke, the road ahead would be completely cut off. The road ahead was incomparably dangerous. If a space-time storm swept up, even a soul amalgamation realm expert would be instantly killed, not to mention Chu Yang. "Damn God, I'll fight it out with you." Chu Yang immediately took out the big ship. This ship was used by East Continent's Qianzi to transport the origin of the dimensional world to the eastern wilderness. He didn't believe that Qianzi didn't consider the possibility of the space-time tunnel collapsing. Chu Yang directly entered the big ship. Immediately, the ship formed a protective shield and quickly rushed into the space-time storm, passing through the collapsed area. Rumble. A violent explosion came from behind, and the space-time tunnel shattered even more. In an instant, the space-time tunnel was almost completely destroyed, forming a terrifying space-time turbulence. The space-time turbulence was incomparably terrifying. The ship was immediately damaged when it passed through. In just a moment, the protective shield on the ship had completely collapsed, and the hull was already cracking. "Master, the ship has cracked." The parrot cried out in alarm. Chu Yang's expression changed, but there was no other way. He desperately drove the ship forward, charging straight through without caring about anything else. Boom! Terrifying waves of energy slammed into the battleship, causing cracks to spread rapidly. It seemed like it would explode at any moment. Chu Yang was in a desperate situation, and he desperately tried to drive the battleship. The void trembled as chaotic space-time energy surged. In a blinding flash of light, a broken ship flew out of the spatial passage before it was completely destroyed and crashed into the ground. Rumble. With a loud boom, the heavens and earth shook as a huge explosion occurred. Energy surged, erupting with dazzling light. The ship was completely shattered, and powerful energy rushed out in all directions, flattening the surroundings, causing smoke and dust to soar into the sky. When everything calmed down, a huge crater appeared on the ground. With this crater as the center, large cracks tore open on the ground one after another, extending into the distance. It looked terrifying and shocking, as if meteorites from outer space had fallen here. At the bottom of the pit was the remains of the ship. There was a large bloodstain on the ship, and Chu Yang was lying there. His whole body was dripping with blood, and his body was almost twisted out of shape. He had suffered extremely serious injuries and was already half dead. This divine bird is in so much pain. I almost lost my wings again. The parrot cried out miserably. Its whole body was dripping with blood, but all of them were superficial wounds. I survived. Chu Yang's whole body was in intense pain. Even the slightest movement caused spiritual energy to rush out of his body, and his body to spurt out blood. His injuries were too serious. He wanted to laugh out loud, but he didn't dare and forcibly stopped himself. He struggled to sit up, but found it difficult. His body was twisted, and many of his bones were broken. Blood was flowing out of his body, and his injuries were more serious than he had imagined. This divine bird is in so much pain. The parrot cried out in pain. After seeing Chu Yang's miserable state, it wanted to teach Chu Yang a lesson and then run away. After all, they had already arrived at the eastern continent, but it held back in the end. This was the first time it had seen Chu Yang in such a miserable state. Have we arrived at the eastern continent? Why do I feel like I'm still in the eastern wilderness? Chu Yang didn't feel the heaven and earth's restrictions increasing. He felt no different from being in the eastern wilderness. He clenched his teeth and forcefully circulated his spiritual energy to repair his injured body. He connected all of his broken bones together, and after a while, he sat up with difficulty. Afterward, he silently sensed that the spiritual energy here was extremely dense. It seemed as if the air was filled with spiritual energy, and it was constantly flowing into his body. The surroundings were magnificent, and the waterfalls were shining brightly. Dense mists rose in the air. We should be in the eastern continent, but this isn't the eastern continent. Chu Yang made this judgment. The eastern wilderness couldn't have such dense spiritual energy, and he had passed through the space-time passage. Chapter 964. After surviving the disaster, Chu Yang felt extremely exhausted. At the same time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He stayed where he was and recuperated for 3 days and 3 nights. His injuries were all healed. Then, he walked forward with the parrot. After an unknown period of time, he saw a space barrier. He immediately understood that this area should be the buffer zone between the East Continent and the space-time tunnel. After passing through the space barrier, he should be in the East Continent. This space barrier was many times stronger than the one in the Eastern Wilderness. Chu Yang did not have the ability to pass through it. However, since he could enter and exit the Eastern Wilderness, there must be a way to pass through the space barrier. Sure enough, after searching for a while, he found a teleportation formation. He stepped into it. After a while, a vast and boundless world appeared in front of him. It was foggy in front of him. Bang! However, before he could sense it carefully, he suddenly felt a gravitational force acting on him. He could not stand up straight and sat down. At the same time, he also felt a fear suppression. The inexplicable pressure of the Dharma was like a mountain pressing down on him. The parrot was even more miserable. The bird was almost directly squashed on the ground. It was already crawling on the ground. Is this the complete Dharma of heaven and earth in the East Continent? The Eastern Wilderness is incomplete, and the Dharma of heaven and earth is very incomplete. However, it is different here. The unimaginable gravitational force and the fierce suppression of the Dharma of heaven and earth made Chu Yang feel that this world was extremely powerful. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. The Dharma of heaven and earth exerted more pressure on Chu Yang. He could clearly feel that his cultivation was decreasing at a visible speed. The first world created by the divine demon martial soul, the world of light and the world of darkness, shrank rapidly until they became a black dot and a light dot. Then, they disappeared into the divine demon martial soul. The divine demon martial soul was also suppressed by the Dharma of heaven and earth. Its rank was constantly decreasing. This was obvious from his saber and sword martial soul and the flood dragon martial soul. The 3 martial souls rose to the 9th grade, and the 9 ranks of his martial soul fell directly. This situation continued. It can't be. The rules of heaven and earth in the East Continent are so ridiculous. Is it going to beat me back to my original form? Chu Yang was shocked. At the same time, he had a very bad premonition. After that, the grade of the fiend god martial spirits also plummeted. Soul ascension to the 9th grade. His soul had risen to the 8th grade. His soul had risen to the 7th grade. In the blink of an eye, the 9 grades of the divine and devil martial spirits were completely removed. The divine martial spirit turned back into the genius martial spirit, and the fool martial spirit turned back into the devil martial spirit. At this point, Chu Yang's cultivation level had already dropped to the spirit realm. However, this was not the end, and his cultivation level was dropping even more fiercely. The 9th level of the Qi Soul Realm, the 8th level of the Qi Soul Realm, 7th tier of the Qi Soul Realm. Very quickly, he fell to the Origin Martial Realm, and his cultivation was still falling. Rumble. In order to break through to the spirit realm, Chu Yang used his Destiny Martial Soul to fill the chasm of the bridge of heaven and earth. From there, he obtained the path to heaven divine ability. However, at this moment, the bridge of heaven and earth collapsed, and the chasm appeared again. The path to heaven divine ability also disappeared completely. At this time, Chu Yang came to a realization. He realized that the reincarnation divine ability he obtained from sending millions of souls to reincarnation with the Destiny Twin Martial Soul had also disappeared. The chaotic body, in addition to swallowing the peacock demon core and obtaining the peacock's talent, formed the embryonic form of the 5-color divine light, and the 5-color divine ability had also completely disappeared. What the hell? The Dharma of heaven and earth in the East Continent is so fierce. Are they going to deprive me of my cultivation? Chu Yang was a little flustered. These were all things that he had painstakingly cultivated. Chapter 965. 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. 8th level of the Origin Martial Realm. 7th level of the Origin Martial Realm. In the end, he was completely beaten back to his original state, and his cultivation dropped to the 1st level of the Origin Martial Realm. Kacha! With a crisp sound, Chu Yang suddenly realized that his interspatial ring had cracked. In the Eastern Wilderness, the interspatial ring could form a space, but in the East Continent, it was absolutely impossible because the laws of heaven and earth here were countless times stronger than in the Eastern Wilderness. Spirit Crystal! The spatial ring cracked open, revealing the item inside. Chu Yang's pupils shrank abruptly. The best spiritual crystal in the eastern wasteland had actually lost its luster in front of him at this moment. Then, it turned into a gray stone and even shattered into dust. The spirit crystal in the eastern wilderness was just dust in the east continent. Are you kidding me? In an instant, Chu Yang felt as if he had come from the underworld to the world of the living. The underworld money in the underworld was just a piece of waste paper in the world of the living. Shock. It was too much of shock. This was simply unacceptable. Bang, bang, bang. A few muffled sounds rang out. The 7 killing sword, 9 dragon cauldron, and other soul reincarnation realm weapons that had been following Chu Yang directly exploded and turned into a pile of scrap iron. What shocked Chu Yang the most was that when he took out the heavenly rock feather, he realized that the heavenly rock feather had turned into a chicken feather. That is to say, the heavenly rock in the eastern wilderness is at most a fierce chicken in the east continent. Chu Yang was rendered speechless in an instant. His life had been completely turned upside down. Everything that he possessed had been stripped away at this moment. Not even a drop of it remained. Ascending soul realm, chi soul realm, origin martial realm. All 3 of his cultivations had been taken away. The 3rd cycle of the primitive martial, the 3rd cycle of the vital soul, the 3rd cycle of the ascended soul, the innate spirit body, the chaotic body, and the body of the fiend god had all been stripped away. He even discovered that the blade crystal, the earth water, and the sky fire the sword had all become ordinary water and ordinary fire. Even the blade crystal and the serpent dragon martial soul that he had created from the 2 martial souls had become extremely transparent, as if they could vanish at any time. East Continent, you idiot. You're so awesome. Hashtag $%, hashtag or $. Chu Yang began to curse. Every time he opened his mouth, he would use the 3-character classic. He would never repeat a single sentence. Right now, he was truly a billionaire. He had been stripped of all his assets and turned into a pauper. He had been reduced to 0 by the damned heavens. He had arrived in the East Continent, and this was how the East Continent welcomed him. After a period of time, Chu Yang found that the parrot was even more miserable than he was. It couldn't even speak human language. It had regressed to its original state. However, from its eyes, Chu Yang found that its intelligence hadn't decreased. He let out a long sigh of relief. So fucking ruthless. Chu Yang's mood couldn't be any worse. He felt his 2 martial souls and found that they hadn't been stripped of their most basic abilities. He couldn't help but feel relieved and let out a long sigh. Good. As long as I have the 2 martial souls, I can rise in the eastern wilderness. I can definitely rise in the East Continent. The damned heavens of the East Continent can't stop me. Now, Chu Yang thought that it was a miracle that he could defeat Si Hao Miao, Lu Changkong, and the others. However, when he thought about how he had been weakened in the East Continent, they must have been greatly suppressed in the eastern wilderness. Otherwise, based on the current situation, the blade crystal, the earth water, and the sky fire the sword could all become ordinary water and ordinary fire. The heavenly Pang's feathers could even become chicken feathers. Lu Changkong and Si Hao Miao could crush him with a single finger. Defeat, very defeat, to defeat. Chu Yang adjusted his mood and then understood his own situation. Now, the 5 elements circulation heaven ring, the pentagram anti-heaven star, and the reincarnation gourd were showing their strength. Although the 3 of them were at the same level as Chu Yang's cultivation and their ranks were constantly declining, they still had their divinity. As long as Chu Yang recovered, their ranks would immediately rise. Chapter 966. If the world on the East Continent was a piece of software, then the Eastern Wilderness would be the software's loophole. Relying on this loophole, Chu Yang was able to easily cultivate the 3rd transformation of the primitive martial, 3rd transformation of the chi soul, 3rd transformation of the ascending soul, innate spirit body, primal chaos body, body of gods and devils, as well as the path to heaven and many other divine abilities. If he was in the East Continent, he wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. Not only was the Eastern Wilderness a loophole in the entire origin world, every living creature in the Eastern Wilderness was also a loophole in the origin world. Therefore, when the living creatures in the eastern wilderness entered the East Continent, the origin world of the East Continent immediately had to fix this loophole. Chu Yang's loophole was currently in the process of being fixed. Relying on his genius martial soul, Chu Yang could clearly feel a mysterious and profound aura circulating in his body. This was the origin world side, which was currently patching up the incomplete laws of heaven and earth of the eastern wilderness and weaving them into Chu Yang's body. After everything was done, the origin world would evaluate Chu Yang. In the East Continent, to what extent could Chu Yang cultivate and recover his cultivation? In the eastern wilderness, Chu Yang's cultivation was at least at the peak of the 9th level of the soul circulation realm. However, in the origin world of the East Continent, Chu Yang would only be able to recover his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Chi Soul realm. The hunchbacked old man, who was also the patriarch of Chu Yang's clan, now understood why he had to go to the East Continent to break through to the soul circulation realm. The primitive martial realm, Chi Soul realm, and ascending soul realm only involved the foundation of the martial Tao. In the East Continent, he would come into contact with the laws of the origin world, which was equivalent to a solid foundation. However, in the soul circulation realm, which involved the 7 fragments of the soul, it was different. Chu Yang couldn't deduce what would happen in the process. Little bastard, don't panic. In a few days, wait for this damned god to finish patching you up and you'll recover quickly. Chu Yang explained the situation to the parrot in detail. The parrot let out a sigh of relief like a human. Then, its mood suddenly relaxed. Goo-goo, Chu Yang had originally planned to stay put and wait for his cultivation base to recover before taking action and making contact with the East Continent. Otherwise, with his and the parrot's current cultivation bases, they would be inferior to even weaklings. If they didn't get eaten by demonic beasts, they would be bullied to death. However, after his cultivation had dropped to the 1st level of the primitive martial realm, Chu Yang quickly felt hungry, just like the parrot. A man and a parrot could only look for food carefully. But after walking for a while, they found that there were people nearby. Then, they observed again and found that there was a large village in the mountain forest. However, Chu Yang and the parrot didn't go over. Both of them were extremely black-bellied and pessimistic. They believed that the entire world was dark. The parrot felt like it was going to be eaten, and Chu Yang felt like it was going to be hacked to death. Being hungry is healthier. The parrot agreed with Chu Yang's words. They were unfamiliar with this place, so it was best to be careful. It nodded repeatedly. In any case, it would rather starve than be roasted and eaten. However, when Chu Yang was about to return to the mountain forest, he suddenly found a group of people who seemed to have just returned from hunting. At this time, it was too late for him to hide. There were more than 20 people in this group, both young and old. They were talking and laughing. Among them, the best cultivation base seemed to be at the 7th level of the Chi Soul realm. Just as Chu Yang thought, this group of people had indeed just returned from hunting. They had a lot of prey. There was a 30-meter-long wild boar, a 5 to 6 meter long fierce tiger, and a 10-meter-long snake. This group of hunters was led by a one-armed middle-aged man. In addition to the main hunting force, there were also some 11 or 12-year-old youths in the group. This was obviously to increase their experience and to train their courage. "Uncle Hu, there's a person over there." Suddenly, a child pointed and shouted. Hearing this, everyone looked over and found that Chu Yang was covered in blood. His cultivation base was pitifully low, and he looked extremely unfamiliar. The one-armed middle-aged man looked straight at Chu Yang and said, "You came from the eastern wilderness. How'd he know?" Chapter 9:67. Don't panic. The one-armed middle-aged man smiled kindly and pointed at the village in front of them. "Do you know what this village is called?" The middle-aged man smiled, and the group of people also smiled kindly. Chu Yang was a little puzzled. Before he could speak, the one-armed middle-aged man smiled and said, "This village is called the Barren Village, as in the eastern wilderness. Our ancestors came from the eastern wilderness, just like you. Every year, we see many like you, so you don't have to be surprised." Ha! After the group of people heard this, many of them laughed again. You have such a strong, desolate aura. Who can't tell? It's okay here, but if you were in other places, you'd be looked down upon. Desolate aura. Chu Yang was stunned again. The one-armed, middle-aged man nodded. Those who come from the eastern wilderness have a unique aura, so it's easy to recognize them. Chu Yang suddenly understood. At this moment, he was still on guard, but he had a good impression of the group of people in front of him. He clasped his fist and said, "I was ignorant just now. If I offended you, please forgive me." After a pause, he said to the one-armed, middle-aged man, "May I know your name?" "Young man, there's no need to be so formal. After leaving the eastern wilderness and coming to our barren village, this is your home." The one-armed, middle-aged man laughed and said, "If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Who like the others." How could Chu Yang let this go? He quickly bowed and said, "Uncle Who?" This kid knows how to climb up the ladder. He recognized an uncle so quickly. Not bad, but his uncle still doesn't know his nephew's name. The group of people joked about Chu Yang. Chu Yang clasped his fist. "Uncles, little brothers. I'm Chu Yang, nicknamed Little Sheep." Huh. The group of people immediately burst into laughter, especially the teenagers. They widened their eyes and felt extremely surprised. There are people who give themselves such a nickname. "Let's go, Little Sheep. Let's go back together. Your cultivation will take at least a month to recover." The one-armed, middle-aged man clearly understood Chu Yang's situation very well. Chu Yang nodded and followed behind a group of people. Not long after, they saw Chu Yang covered in blood and couldn't help but ask, "Little Sheep, what happened to you? You met a beast as soon as you came out." "That's not right. I didn't see any wounds on your body." Chu Yang scratched his head. "It's a long story. I almost couldn't see you uncles and little brothers. I almost died in the spatial tunnel." Immediately, the group of people stopped in their tracks and looked at Chu Yang in shock. Obviously, they were very familiar with Chu Yang's situation. They could imagine how serious Chu Yang's injuries were. Of course, they were most shocked that Chu Yang didn't die after the spatial tunnel collapsed. After so many years, they had never heard of anyone who came out of the eastern wilderness and survived the collapse of a spatial tunnel. The spatial tunnel to the eastern wilderness is indeed too unstable. The one-armed middle-aged man was clearly very familiar with the spatial tunnel. He said, "However, you can still escape from the spatial tunnel after it collapsed. You must be a hero in the East Continent." "Uncle Who, you're joking. I don't want to be a hero. I just want to be a little sheep. I'll be fine as long as no one comes to eat me." Chu Yang's words made Uncle Who and the others laugh again. Chapter 968. As Chu Yang ventured deeper into the barren village, he began to understand the place better. The people of the East Continent ostracized the people of the Eastern Wilderness. They did not even see the people of the Eastern Wilderness as human beings. Calling them aborigines was already a good term. Most people called them mongrels and treated them like dogs. Some of the people who came to the East Continent from the Eastern Wilderness could not survive in the East Continent and were unwilling to return to the Eastern Wilderness. Hence, they hid in a forest and built a village like this. For a long time, there were people from the Eastern Wilderness who came to the East Continent. However, most of them found it difficult to survive in the East Continent. Hence, they all gathered at the barren village, making it bigger and bigger. What Chu Yang saw was only a corner of the barren village. The people of the barren village, because they were ostracized by the East Continent, were extremely united. Due to their own circumstances, they were also very friendly and welcoming to the people of the Eastern Wilderness. There were many outstanding people from the Eastern Wilderness over the years. However, many of them were killed before they could become supreme beings. Only a few managed to gain a foothold in the East Continent and regain some dignity for the people of the Eastern Wilderness. Even so, the people of the Eastern Wilderness still had a very low status in the East Continent. They were even worse than slaves. Chu Yang did not feel good when he heard this. Once he left the barren village, he was afraid that anyone who saw him would look at him with disdain and call him a mongrel or a mongrel. He imagined the scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. There was a nirvana pond in the barren village. It was built after the ancestors of the Eastern Wilderness came to the East Continent. Hence, the people of the barren village were very clear about the process of people who came from the Eastern Wilderness to the East Continent. They heard that Chu Yang survived the collapse of the space tunnel. Hence, he was highly valued. The barren village chief came personally to take him away. At the same time, Chu Yang was temporarily staying with the village chief. The village chief of the barren village was extremely powerful. Chu Yang could not tell how powerful he was, but he estimated that he was at least in the Nirvana realm. Everyone in the village called him Sixth Uncle. In the southernmost part of the village, there was a courtyard by a pond. It was extremely peaceful. This was a courtyard where the village chief, Sixth Great Uncle, lived. After Sixth Great Uncle told Chu Yang the things he needed to pay attention to, he looked at Chu Yang and suddenly said, "I hope you can stand at the top of the world and fight for the glory of the people of the Eastern Wilderness." Chu Yang was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that he knows my identity? He thought of the hunchback patriarch, that saint. Looking at his sixth granduncle, Chu Yang couldn't see the connection between the two. He didn't know why his sixth granduncle valued him so much. "Sixth great uncle, your request is a bit high. I'm afraid this little sheep won't be able to do it." If it was someone he was familiar with, Chu Yang would definitely spout nonsense. However, this still depended on the situation. You're wondering why I would say something so abrupt, aren't you? Sixth great uncle looked like he was reminiscing. He said, "There was once a prodigy in the Eastern Wilderness. He predicted that in 100 years, there would be a person who would lead the people of the Eastern Wilderness to rise in this world. At that time, no one will dare to call us natives anymore, and no one will dare to treat us like dogs." Sixth great uncle took out a piece of ancient black jade. "I know you're the master of the Eastern Wilderness. The moment you appeared in the East Continent, this piece of ancient jade let out a dragon's roar. It only calmed down when it saw you." He knew that too. Chu Yang was startled for a moment. Then he asked, "Can I know the name of that senior?" "He's called the Eastern Wilderness." Chapter 969. Chu Yang's pupils constricted when he heard this. The situation of the people from the Eastern Wilderness in the East Continent was far worse than he had imagined. He could not imagine how his big brother had established himself in the East Continent and how he had entered the Sky Academy. Could it be that the Sky Academy was just a mediocre academy? Sixth great uncle, how is the Sky Academy in the East Continent? Is it mediocre? Chu Yang changed the topic. The topic was too heavy, and he did not want to promise his sixth great uncle anything. If he did, he would feel burdened. If he was looked down upon, Chu Yang would definitely retaliate. How could he swallow his anger? Sixth great uncle did not say anything else. He put away the ancient black jade and said, "The Sky Academy is one of the top academies in the East Continent. The 6 academies in the East Continent are the Sky Academy, the Star Academy, the Sky Demon Academy, the Myriad Academy, and the Divine Knight Academy. The Sky Academy is one of the 6 major academies in the East Continent." One of the 6 major academies. Chu Yang asked again, "Can people from the Eastern Wilderness enter the Sky Academy?" "Yes." Sixth great uncle suddenly became excited again. He said, "The reason is because of the Eastern Wilderness. He opened a path for us people from the Eastern Wilderness to ascend." However, Sixth great uncle had only mentioned it briefly. However, Chu Yang could more or less imagine that the entire Eastern Continent discriminated against the people of the Eastern Wasteland. Even the major academies didn't accept the people of the Eastern Wasteland. So, how magnificent would it be to overturn such a situation with one person's strength? This Eastern Wilderness was extremely bold. It could be said that he was a pioneer and sage of the Eastern Wilderness. Sixth great uncle suddenly fell silent. Chu Yang did not like this atmosphere, so he changed the topic. "Then I have to thank the senior from the Eastern Wilderness. If I didn't want to enter the Sky Academy, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to do so. He said that you don't need to thank him. Even without him, no one can stop you." Sixth great uncle paused, and he also said that you can definitely do it better than him. If you do it, the whole East Continent will have to remember this scene, and it will even be recorded in the history of the East Continent. He overstepped his boundaries, whether it's this matter or the name of the Eastern Wilderness. When Sixth great uncle apologized to Chu Yang panicked. As soon as he entered the East Continent, He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He originally wanted to brush it off, but when he saw Sixth Great Uncle's expression, he couldn't help but panic. He had no choice but to say, "Sixth Great Uncle, how many people have lived in the Eastern Wilderness for 100 years? What the seniors in the Eastern Wilderness have done is only admirable. How can you say that he overstepped his boundaries? I thank you on his behalf." Sixth Great Uncle was about to kneel before Chu Yang, scaring Chu Yang so much that he wanted to run away. But that was impossible. He hurriedly stopped Sixth Great Uncle and said, "Sir, please don't make me feel unworthy. I don't deserve it. Screw you." Chu Yang was so angry that he wanted to chop up everyone in the East Continent. What the hell was going on? Then he quickly found an excuse and slipped away. He felt like he would go crazy if he stayed any longer. Sixth Great Uncle looked at Chu Yang's back as he left, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. There was indeed a person called the Eastern Wilderness. The ancient black jade could detect people with exceptional talent in the Eastern Wilderness, but there had never been a savior of the Eastern Wilderness. Sixth Great Uncle had said that to everyone recognized by the ancient jade. However, he firmly believed that there would definitely be someone in the Eastern Wilderness who would lead the Eastern Wilderness out of this predicament. If Chu Yang knew about this, how would he feel? He had no idea what would happen to others, but he felt suffocated. He had never liked to be looked up to by others. Moreover, this was completely unwarranted. This was really $##$%. Chapter 970. About a month later, the main world put a patch on Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang's cultivation returned to the peak of the 9th level of the ascending soul realm. In terms of martial souls, the genius martial soul and the fool martial soul were restored to the god martial soul and the demon martial soul. The blade martial soul and the dragon martial soul were originally illusory, but now they were completely restored. The sword martial soul was also upgraded to the 9th grade of the ascending soul realm. The path to heaven, 5-color divine light, reincarnation, and other abilities were all restored. The 3rd transformation of the primitive martial soul, 3rd transformation of the chi soul, and 3rd transformation of the ascending soul realm were also not changed. Chu Yang's physique and powerful body were also restored. This meant that the main world approved. What Chu Yang could do in the Eastern Wilderness, he could also do in the main world. Of course, Chu Yang was not approved of. The 2 divine items, the blade crystal earth water and the sword heart heavenly fire, were completely gone. He swallowed the beast cores of the demonic beasts and obtained many demonic beast talents. Except for the desolate demon and the sea god, the rest of the talents were all wiped out. Discrimination, absolute discrimination. Chu Yang was thoroughly infuriated. This was basically saying that he ate all kinds of delicacies in the Eastern Wasteland, but in the origin world he only ate shit. Also, the world of light and the world of darkness that Chu Yang created with the demon god martial soul was not restored. Because, in this way, he jumped out of the entire martial arts system and jumped out of the rules of heaven and earth. Others condensed the soul of the wheel to form a domain, but Chu Yang ridiculously created a world directly. This was definitely not allowed. If Chu Yang wanted to forcefully recover, a heavenly tribulation would immediately descend. Martial arts was fighting against the heavens, fighting against the heavens. How could it do what it said? If so, what was the need to cultivate? Just wait for birth, old age, sickness, and death. In addition, the world had patched Chu Yang's body, but that was only a patch. The rules were actually not complete. He needed to recultivate and guide the rules of heaven and earth into his body to complete all the incomplete rules of heaven and earth. Therefore, after Chu Yang's cultivation was basically restored, he still needed to recultivate and rebuild his body. This was extremely important. One day, 3rd Granduncle led the way. Chu Yang and the parrot arrived at the Nirvana pond that had been constructed in the barren village. The liquid within the pond of rebirth was sparkling and translucent, and it was coiled by clouds and mist. It emitted a myriad of strands of auspicious colors, and a myriad of rays of multicolored light blossomed from it. Dense, vital energy roiled within the pond, and it ceaselessly surged within the pond. Chu Yang took out the nirvana liquid given to him by the hunchback patriarch and poured it into the nirvana pond. Third great uncle's eyes widened in shock. He recognized the nirvana liquid. The nirvana liquid was used by nirvana realm martial artists when they were undergoing nirvana. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang also had it. This meant that Chu Yang's background was very unusual. Rumble. In the sky, there was a sudden rumbling sound. It was as if the heavens had sensed that Chu Yang was about to provoke it, and had already released its pressure. Heavenly tribulation. Third great uncle looked at the thundercloud that had already condensed above his head. His eyes widened in shock. This meant that the person he had high hopes for had already violated the rules of heaven and earth. Chu Yang raised a disdainful finger at the sky, extremely disdainful. Then he jumped into the nirvana pond. Will this divine bird also be struck by lightning? The parrot's liver trembled. It was somewhat unwilling to enter the nirvana pond with Chu Yang, but did not have the nirvana liquid. If I die, then I die. If the heavens want to strike me, they should strike me first. This immoral person is smoking. The parrot naturally did not dare to speak its mind. It bravely jumped into the nirvana pond. Rumble. Thunder tribulation, don't strike this divine bird. This divine bird is innocent. Chapter 971. At this moment, Chu Yang sat down cross-legged in the nirvana pond. The dense spiritual energy immediately surged up like an ignited dynamite. The precious liquid within the pond was brilliant like nectar, and it submerged his entire body. After that, it unceasingly cleansed his body from the inside out. Auspicious light flowed as his entire body was completely wrapped up by the dense spiritual essence. At this moment, he no longer had the energy to care about the parrot. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the beginning. Chu Yang endured the intense pain as he guided the nirvana precious liquid to cleanse his body. While his body was emitting waves of thunder, the thunder in the sky was even more frightening. The majestic heavenly might had already descended, shaking the entire desolate village. Bang! Suddenly, a raging flame shot out from the nirvana pond. This was the Tao fire attracted by the nirvana liquid. The spiritual liquid inside was boiling even more. All kinds of spiritual insects and precious medicines were surging out from the boiling liquid. This was what third granduncle had put in beforehand. The Tao fire was raging. Chu Yang was completely ignited from the inside out. If he couldn't withstand it, he would immediately be burned to ashes. The parrot was also in the same state. It was as motionless as Chu Yang as it sat cross-legged in the middle, allowing the Tao fire to burn its body and spiritual essence to cleanse its body. Crack! The sound of bones breaking became more and more frequent. Chu Yang trembled as he felt incomparable pain. Under the guidance of the nirvana liquid, a deeper level of change occurred as the laws of heaven and earth began to enter his body. The laws of the origin world were complete, and the great Tao was flawless. Thus, one could cultivate to the extreme. However, in the eastern wilderness, the heavenly Tao was damaged. If one cultivated in such an environment without any accidents, it would be very difficult to reach the highest level. Although Chu Yang had been patched by heaven and earth, the heaven and earth were not his father. It would not do everything for him. The rest still needed to depend on himself. His bones broke inch by inch and reformed once again. This was bound to be an incomparably painful process. With endless crackling sounds, Chu Yang's bones broke even more violently before finally shattering completely. This scene was very terrifying. If Chu Yang didn't forcefully draw out a strand of innate essence to support his body with spiritual power, he would have turned into a pile of mud by now. Spirit energy enshrouded the pool as precious liquid gurgled. The multicolored light within the pool was like silk ribbons, and auspicious colors were like brocade clouds. Within this misty expanse, not only did Chu Yang draw support from the nirvana elixir to guide the laws of the main world into his body and cleanse his flesh and shatter bones, he even activated his fiend god martial soul. He wanted to achieve perfection. Very quickly, the heavens and earth rumbled, and the sound of scriptures could be heard. It sounded like the sound of the great Tao, but it was unknown whether it was because of the divine demon martial spirit or the nirvana liquid. What happened? The entire village was shaken. Countless people gathered around. Sixth granduncle was also extremely shocked. He had seen many geniuses who had come to the East Continent from the Eastern Wilderness. None of them could trigger a heavenly tribulation, let alone trigger the sound of the Great Path. But now, all of them had appeared in the same person, shattering the bones, changing the marrow, changing the blood, cleansing the internal organs, skin, flesh, and so on. Every process was carried out one by one, and time passed silently. After half a month, Chu Yang's nirvana elixir was completed. After reconstructing his true body, the laws of the heavens and earth entered his body and filled up the gaps. As for the parrot, it had completed it even earlier than Chu Yang. After everything was completed, Chu Yang used another half a month to recultivate the origin martial realm, Chi Soul realm, and ascending soul realm. When he reached the soul reincarnation realm and was about to break through to the soul reincarnation realm, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the soul reincarnation realm, other people could only condense their soul reincarnation and form their own domain. Chu Yang relied on his fiend god martial soul to create a small world that defied the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth couldn't tolerate this and would definitely send down a lightning punishment to punish Chu Yang. Chu Yang had used his fiend god martial soul to calculate how powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. The answer was that he could withstand the heavenly tribulation. Begin. After everything was prepared, Chu Yang immediately began to break through to the soul reincarnation realm. Chapter 972. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, the sky shook and the earth trembled. The thunder was so loud that it was deafening, almost enough to shatter the mountains. The villagers were caught off guard. Many of them fell to the ground, some of them even bleeding from their ears. One could only imagine how terrifying the punishment was. It must be the sheep. It must be him. Isn't this too shocking? The moment the thunder roared, everyone in the village was certain that this was the result of Chu Yang's lightning punishment. Chu Yang had recently reconstructed his body in the Nirvana fountain. Many miraculous things had happened there. Therefore, at that moment, everyone could not help but look in that direction. However, no one dared to get close. Even the village elder and third uncle were the same. The punishment was too terrifying. The parrot did not dare to approach it either. It muttered to itself, "It's good that he's dead. Then I'll be free." Rumble. The first bolt of lightning struck. Chu Yang's body was covered by a demonic spirit that appeared and resisted it. Rumble. After that, the second bolt of lightning, the third, the fourth, the ninth bolt of lightning, all of them struck at once. Even the geniuses of the East Continent would not be able to trigger such a punishment. Who would have thought that a genius from the Eastern Wilderness would be this powerful? Even the geniuses of the East Continent would not be able to withstand such a terrifying punishment. While the villagers were in shock, third uncle was secretly praying he has to make it through. Once he does, he won't be afraid even if the entire East Continent becomes his enemy. At that moment, third uncle truly believed that Chu Yang was the one who could lead the people of the Eastern Wilderness out of their predicament. A vast sea of lightning. The lightning was like a tide. It was incomparably blazing, and the world suddenly brightened up. Damn, this guy is so wicked. He's dead for sure. Seeing the punishment, the parrot flapped its wings and flew tens of thousands of miles away. Rumble. The lightning punishment finally descended like a heavenly river pouring down in torrents. The sound of thunder almost pierced through people's eardrums and shattered their souls. The glaring lightning filled every inch of space. The Nirvana pond of the barren village had become a world of thunder and lightning that could destroy all living things. The people of the barren village were terrified, and their hair stood on end. Even from afar, they could feel how terrifying it was. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying Chu Yang was inside. They all looked in that direction without blinking. The parrot was suddenly speechless. However, when the lightning dissipated, they suddenly saw Chu Yang's figure and couldn't help but be shocked. He actually didn't die. What made them even more shocked was that not only was Chu Yang not dead, he even raised his head to the sky and cursed loudly. Hashtag yin %, hashtag yin %. Chu Yang's 3-character classic rendered the villagers speechless. At the same time, they were shocked by Chu Yang's prowess. If it were them, they would most likely be dead after being struck by a single bolt of lightning. Yet, he had actually withstood the 9 bolts of lightning that had struck him. The parrot was also cursing the 3-character classic, "Wicked, you didn't die even after that. You are indeed worthy of being able to suppress me." Rumble. Chu Yang's 3-character classic seemed to have angered the heavens. Another wave of lightning fell and drowned him. There was nothing in the Nirvana pond except for the raging lightning. Rumble. However, to everyone's horror, the lightning punishment didn't stop. Muffled thunder rumbled in the sky, continuously accumulating power for the next lightning punishment. The people of the barren village lost their voices. There are already 10 lightning punishments. The parrot was really worried now. Plop! Suddenly, there was a movement in the Nirvana pond. Ripples appeared on the surface, accompanied by the sound of water. The parrot saw a human-shaped charcoal emerge from the water. It immediately cried out, "Wicked, that's enough. If this continues, you're really going to die." However, the parrot suddenly realized that Chu Yang wasn't emitting any fluctuation of consciousness. His charred body seemed to be a corpse. It seemed as if there was no spirit left in it. Everything had been completely destroyed and annihilated by the thunderbolts. Chapter 973. This immoral guy is really playing with eggs? The parrot was stunned. After that, it flew over and landed on Chu Yang's shoulder. Just as it was about to preach the 3-character classic in Chu Yang's ear, a voice suddenly appeared in its heart. "The Lord is the Lord of heaven and earth, the Lord of gods and devils, the Lord of darkness, the Lord of light, the Lord of all things, the creator of all things, the creator of order, the controller of all things. If there is darkness, then darkness is everywhere. If there is light, then there is light. If there is karma, then there is karma. If there is retribution, then there is reincarnation. If there is heaven, then there is hell. The Lord is omnipotent." It wasn't just the parrot. Sixth uncle, everyone in the barren village, and all living things within 5 kilometers of the barren village heard the voice. This was an incomparably ancient language, and even more so a supreme syllable. It carried tremendous power, and all creatures who heard this voice would prostrate themselves. Darkness, the Dark Kingdom. All of a sudden, the world suddenly darkened. It was pitch black. At that moment, all living beings lost all of their senses and sank into darkness. However, it only lasted for a moment before disappearing. When the parrot saw Chu Yang again, it saw that a sphere of darkness had appeared in Chu Yang's hand. It was a boundless world of darkness. Light, the kingdom of light. The ancient and noble language rang out once again. This time, the living beings who heard the voice immediately fell into an endless light. The light in their minds shone brightly, but it only lasted for an instant before disappearing. The parrot felt the same way. In the instant that the radiance within its spiritual world vanished, another sphere of radiance appeared in Chu Yang's other hand. It was a world of boundless radiance. Is he really the Lord? Eternal life. The moment the ancient language rang out again, Chu Yang's charcoal-like body immediately turned as black as ink, as if he were a human-shaped black hole, sucking in the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, streaks of divine radiance appeared in the void and poured into his body like flowing water. In an instant, Chu Yang recovered. Every cell and piece of flesh on his body was sacred and noble. At this moment, divine inscriptions and demonic inscriptions were intertwining on his body. The divine inscriptions and demonic inscriptions resonated out at the same time. His skin, flesh, tendons, and bones began to emit light. It was as if they were reborn, appearing in this world. At the same time, they blossomed with divine radiance and evil demonic light. The divine light and demonic light intertwined to form a strange rainbow. It seemed to be the rainbow of heaven's redemption, but it was also the rainbow of hell's fall. At that very moment, the world seemed to have sensed everything that had happened to Chu Yang. It also sensed the birth of a powerful existence. Immediately, the power generated by the rules of the world became even stronger, and the air trembled. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and thunder fell. This time, it wasn't a sea of lightning, but rather 8 living beings that were born from the lightning. These 8 living beings were like 8 gods. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light appeared on their bodies in order. Everyone was shocked. Is the heavens going to send down 8 deities to punish Chu Yang? Chapter 974. Boom! While everyone was still in shock, the first living being descended from the heavens. There was no sound. It was like a ray of light, descending from the heavens and entering Chu Yang's world of light. Then came the second living being, the third, the fourth, the third, the fourth. The godlike figures rushed down one by one. But in the end, they all entered Chu Yang's world of light and appeared in it, shining brightly. Originally, the world of light only contained light, but now the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder were all present. It seemed to have become the realm of the gods, and all 8 of the gods were present. The parrot was speechless. Was this really a free meal? Rumble. There was another tremor, and another 8 creatures appeared in the sky. They were surging with devil energy, and they seemed to be 8 demon lords. However, just like the previous 8 god spirits, these 8 demon lords all disappeared into the dark kingdom in Chu Yang's hand. Gods and demons as one. At this moment, it seemed like the world of the gods and the world of the demons had merged. There was an explosion of endless light, and everything became invisible. It was as if, after the two merged, all living things in the world were not qualified to watch. At the same time, in the endless light, the ancient voice spoke again, "Sleep, forget." The moment the voice spoke, the villagers of the barren village began to snore. The parrot's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and finally, it fell into a deep sleep. The village chief, 6th uncle, tried his best to resist. He felt that he should be able to, but in the end, he gave up. If Chiang did not want him to know, then he would not know. He also had a feeling that even if he could resist, it would only lead to an even more terrible storm, which would forcibly erase his memory. This child should be the hope of the people of the eastern wilderness. With this thought in mind, 6th great uncle fell into a deep sleep. However, everyone didn't sleep for long. When the light dissipated, a misty world flew into the space between Chu Yang's eyebrows. Everyone immediately woke up again. This wicked person is recultivating his body in the nirvana pool. What is there to see? And the truth is that this divine bird actually fell asleep while watching. The parrot had completely forgotten what had happened before. Lightning struck Chu Yang, that wicked man. He didn't even remember such an interesting thing. Why am I here? Among the villagers of the barren village, there were many who voiced the same opinion. However, when they looked at Chu Yang in the nirvana pond, there was an inexplicable sense of awe in their hearts. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing Chu Yang's cultivation. Their voices immediately disappeared, and they silently retreated. 6 great uncle's eyes suddenly flashed as he stared at Chu Yang, who was in the nirvana pond. He sensed that something extraordinary must have happened before. After observing for a while, he couldn't see anything from Chu Yang's body. At this moment, Chu Yang's life aura was condensed at one point. He was motionless as if he was dead. About 2 months later, the sound of bells rang throughout the entire village. "Wicked man, why don't you wake up?" The parrot fluttered its wings and flew over. However, as soon as it opened its mouth, its voice was completely rebounded. It was shocked. When it looked over, it was shocked to see that Chu Yang was surrounded by an invisible shield of light. "Domain." The parrot trembled, then cursed, "Do you have to go too far?" Even my voice was rebounded, "Buzz." Chapter 975. The parrot instantly fell into a great crisis. In the spiritual world, it fought with the two winged beings for a long time. It seemed that countless years had passed before it finally won. It was extremely tired. It was extremely angry. "Wicked, do you think you're the only one with a domain? Don't this divine bird have a domain?" With a light buzzing sound, it immediately released its own domain. However, it felt as if its domain had a life of its own. It actually revealed a feeling of fear. It was trembling in front of Chu Yang's domain. The parrot immediately felt that its domain was like a bird's nest made of mud. However, Chu Yang's domain was like an emperor's palace, grand, solemn, and noble. After comparing the two, the parrot immediately lost its spirit and hung its head dejectedly. This was too much of a blow to the bird. They were both domains, so there could be a difference, but how could it not be so big? "Wicked, wake up. We're going to the Sky Academy to find your wife. If you don't wake up now, you won't make it in time." The bell of the deserted village was to gather the heroes of the deserted village to go to the Sky Academy. There was a transmission array in the deserted village that led directly to the Sky Academy. It was open once a year. Chu Yang and the parrot had stayed in the deserted village for almost 3 months. This year, they made it in time. The deserted village had such an event every year, but very few people were willing to go to the Sky Academy. In the last 3 years, no one was willing to go. The reason was actually very simple. They were too ostracized in the Sky Academy. Even if the Sky Academy was willing to accept them, they couldn't stay. The parrot called a few more times, but Chu Yang still didn't wake up. When it was about to leave, pop, a ripple appeared in the void. The parrot saw Chu Yang open his eyes at this moment. Then, it fell into darkness as soon as it met Chu Yang's gaze. Fortunately, the darkness disappeared immediately. Then, a bright light shone, and the exhaustion of its spirit disappeared. The parrot was shocked. It poked its own domain with its wings and said flatteringly, "Master, you're omnipotent. In order to not embarrass you, please see if you can modify this trashy parrot's domain." "Little bastard, you still know that you're trash." The parrot gaped in shock. This was the first time in 3 months that Chu Yang had regained his humanity. Previously, Chu Yang had used the divine devil martial spirit and entered an unconscious state. Everything was guided by the martial spirit, just like the genius martial spirit and the fool martial spirit. Chu Yang had given everything to the martial spirit and then went to sleep. While speaking, Chu Yang flicked his finger. 2 rays of light, one white and one dark, shot into the parrot's domain. In an instant, the parrot's domain started to spin. A light parrot and a dark parrot appear behind it. The 2 parrots made the parrot feel as if they were its clones. Both of them had wings. The parrot immediately realized that they were of the same origin as the 2 winged beings that had intruded into its spiritual world. "This is little bitch number 2, and this is little bitch number 3. The parrot was speechless when Chu Yang named them. It felt that it had to beat around the bush in the future to improve Chu Yang's naming skills. Such lofty names should at least be called Big Bitch number 2 and Big Bitch number 3. How could he call them Little Bitch? However, it had a flattering look on its face as it shouted, "Master is wise. Master is a heavenly martial artist. Come, let's go to the Sky Courtyard." Chu Yang chatted with the parrot for a while before leaving with it. Actually, Chu Yang had sensed the arrival of the parrot. In fact, he could sense everything that was happening in the village. He knew everything like the back of his hand. 7 days ago, he had completely awakened. He was just feeling his body. At the teleportation array, Chu Yang met his 6th granduncle. However, there were only 3 people beside him: Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and O Lejing. The 3 of them were around 20 years old and were at the 9th level of the Soul Wheel realm. They weren't willing to go to the Sky Courtyard, but they had no choice under the pressure of his 6th granduncle. "I'll leave the 3 of them to you. I believe that no one in the Sky Courtyard can make things difficult for you. It shouldn't be a problem for the 3 of them to gain a foothold. As soon as his sixth granduncle spoke, Chu Yang's head started to hurt. Here it comes again. In particular, Chu Yang couldn't stand the way his sixth granduncle looked at him with great hope. Sixth granduncle, I'll do my best. After his sixth granduncle told him what to pay attention to in the entrance examination of the sky courtyard, Chu Yang stepped into the teleportation array with Cui Xinho. Chapter 976. After a moment of stellar transposition, the space around Chu Yang stabilized. Looking around, he saw a vast plain spread out in front of him. It was so vast that he couldn't even see the end of it. The most shocking thing was that this plain was not a grassland, nor was it a desert. Instead, it was an extremely huge habitat for humans. On this boundless plain, countless houses rose up one after another. Many of them were as big as mountains. There were even some buildings that undulated up and down like mountains. It was extremely grand and magnificent. On the plains, there were over a dozen surging rivers that provided water for the huge plains. An extremely huge formation had been constructed on the boundless plains, forming a protective barrier that protected the entire plains. Above the firmament, there was a circulation path of a formation, and an extremely complicated pattern appeared on it. Chu Yang could tell that it was a spell formation of the 10th rank. Chu Yang was only a 5th rank spell formation master, so although he could sense the vastness of the spell formation, he couldn't tell how it operated. Because of that, although his horizons were broadened, he couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. It wasn't easy to make a name for yourself in a place like this. No wonder that so-called Qian child was so strong. He was able to get his hands on the essence of a dimensional world like this. It's no wonder that eldest brother was defeated in the Heaven Academy. Chu Yang's mind was struck by the magnificence and vastness of this place. The Eastern Wasteland, where he was originally from, was really too weak. Although he had felt at the moment he entered the East Continent, when he saw such a boundless and huge plain, his understanding of it became even more profound and unforgettable. This plain was more than 10 times larger than the Eastern Wilderness. In the southernmost part of the plain, where Chu Yang was at the moment, there was a building complex that stretched for hundreds of miles. It was classical, magnificent, and majestic. Just by looking at it, one could feel an ancient aura assaulting one's senses. It filled one's nerves and made one feel awestruck. This enormous structure, which stretched for hundreds of kilometers, was none other than the location of the Demi-Immortal Institute. Floating in the air above, it was an enormous city that almost looked like an entire continent. That was how the Heaven Academy got its name. How magnificent! As soon as the parrot caught sight of the Demi-Immortal Institute, it began to blink, looking here and there like a true parrot from the countryside. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless stream of people, carriages, and people everywhere, day and night. At this moment, Chu Yang seemed to be able to imagine the night scene here. Brilliant lights, fiery trees, silver flowers, it would definitely be very beautiful. He was incomparably shocked. Even in his previous life, there was absolutely no city that could compare to this. However, in contrast to the excitement of Chu Yang and the parrot, Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Olujing looked like chickens suffering from the plague. They couldn't arouse even the slightest bit of interest. Their heads hung low in dejection, as if the vast expanse in front of them was a living hell filled with endless pain. After Chu Yang realized this, his expression couldn't help but become slightly gloomy. These 3 people were turning a blind eye to everything in front of them. It was likely that they had been here and seen it before. Presumably, their experience here was not only bitter, but also dark. In fact, it could even be described as a nightmare. Hey, can you at least show some of the aura of the Eastern Wilderness? Look at you. It's not just the people from the East Continent who despise you. Even I despise you. Chapter 977. If the 3 of you continue to act like this and embarrass me, then you can go back now. Chu Yang was not polite to them. No matter how strong the enemy was, if they could move a finger, they would still poke him. Even though Chu Yang was a loyal believer of pessimism, He did not like this kind of spirit. Wait, I hope you can still say such arrogant words. Chui Xinho retorted back at Chu Yang, his tone sharper and his expression more mocking. I, the Almighty Lord, with the blessings of the gods, grant me great power to lead you 3 plague chickens to the light. Chu Yang stood up straight. Holy hymns began to sing from his body, and an incomparably holy light burst forth. Vigorous spiritual energy surged out, forming a pair of wings on his back. Thunder patterns appeared on the wings. Within the patterns, there were gods, demons, countless angels, and countless demons. However, they quickly disappeared and were completely hidden. Chu Yang did not want to reveal the wings of light and dark, so he used thunder to cover it up. At this moment, he released an aura that Chu Yi could control. His skin was white and translucent, and his pores were delicate and flawless. It was as if he was carved out of crystal. The noble aura on Chu Yang's body made Chui Xinho and the other two's hearts flutter. They could not help but tremble violently. I now give you 2 choices. First, go back home and continue to live out the rest of your lives in the barren village. Second, try to trust me and follow my orders. Which one do you choose? The parrot looked at the 3, but it did not cackle. It was also very uneasy. The stories it had heard in the barren village were too tragic. As for the so-called Baron Shi, the parrot had also tried to get rid of it, but without exception, it had not succeeded. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Chui Xinho was provoked by Chu Yang and could not help but grit his teeth. Seeing him like this, Chu Yang finally understood why his 6th granduncle kept having such high hopes for him. If the old man did not have such high hopes, the people of the barren village would have lost their spirit. You will see. Chu Yang hadn't even seen the people from the East Continent, but he was already in a bad mood. Glaring at the parrot, he said, "You little bitch, why don't you just walk your own bird's path and let the other birds talk? If you continue to embarrass me like this, I'll roast you and eat you. Yes, Almighty Lord, little scum, turn over a new leaf. Make a king of disdain," Chu Yang requested, and the parrot immediately squinted its eyes. Is this the disdain of a king? What kind of look is that when you look at a maggot in a cesspool? Chu Yang paused and immediately corrected himself. You're a bird. When you see maggots in the manure pit, you'll definitely be excited immediately. Forget it. I understand you. The parrot couldn't take it anymore. Lord, this is discrimination. Typical discrimination. I protest. Protest my ass. Look at you now. You haven't even seen the 2-legged dogs from the East Continent. Look at how scared you are. While speaking, Chu Yang grabbed Chui Xinho and the other 2 and flew away. When they were about to reach the Sky Academy, they landed and completely concealed their aura, making him look like an ordinary person in an instant. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of the Sky Academy. There were layers upon layers of tall, temple-like buildings. At a glance, they could not see the end of them. Every building was extremely solemn and dignified. This was the place where the Sky Academy recruited students. Chu Yang's destination was here twice a year. Chapter 978. Chu Yang estimated that it wouldn't be a problem for this plaza to accommodate 100,000 people. In front of the plaza, there was a huge hall that towered into the sky. It seemed that one could only see the top of the hall if they stretched their neck. There were layers upon layers, sacred and solemn. In front of the hall, not only were there many people who came to participate in the Sky Academy's examination gathered, but there were also many people kneeling in the corner. There were young people, middle-aged people, and even old people. These people were all here to study in the Sky Academy. They tried to use their sincerity to move the academy and enter the academy. It could be said that in order to enter the Sky Academy, many people tried their best and were unscrupulous. When Chu Yang was in the desolate village, his 6th great-uncle had already told him about this. These people who were kneeling were all people who failed the examination many times and were completely expelled from the Sky Academy. Look, aren't those the natives of the Eastern Wilderness? I didn't expect them to dare to come this year. I was wondering why I suddenly smelled a thick smell of dirt and dog stench. It turns out that the dogs of the Eastern Wilderness have come. This bunch of dogs. I can smell the dog stench on them from afar. It's really disgusting. As soon as Chu Yang and the others approached, the people in front of the hall immediately mocked and ridiculed them. At this moment, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel depressed. If they were in the Eastern Wilderness, he would immediately teach them a lesson. But now they were in the East Continent. Although he had recovered his cultivation, with 200 dragon power, ninefold burst, and divine demon martial soul, it would be difficult for him to kill anyone at the 5th or 6th level of the spirit realm. After all, the East Continent was different from the Eastern Wilderness. Chu Yang could kill people who were 2 realms higher than him. That was probably a thing of the past. Chu Yang held back his anger and ignored these people. He walked straight to the old man in charge of the enrollment. The dogs have always been deaf and blind. Even if you hit them with a stick, they wouldn't even make a sound. They're just dogs. What else can they do? If they dare to bare their teeth, they will die immediately. I don't care about the dogs, but I care about the chicken on the dog's shoulder. What is it? What kind of dog is it? A chicken? These mongrels have really brought about a great deal of confusion. There are actually so many unknown lowly species. The parrot was infuriated. Thrusting its wings, it roared, "That thing! Your mother gave birth to you in a cesspool. You're a 2-legged maggot. You can't even pee. How dare you mock this divine bird? To give birth to a 2-legged maggot like you. I really admire your mother's courage." 2-legged maggot. The person who mocked the parrot immediately felt his blood boil. This was a great humiliation to him. Not only did the mongrel of the Eastern Wilderness talk back, it even dared to mock and humiliate him. The people from the Eastern Continent burst into laughter after hearing this. This made this person feel even more ashamed. He really wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide in it. If it weren't for the fact that I can't fight here, even if I have to dirty my hands, I would tear you apart. Chu Yang's expression remained unchanged. He had observed the people who were participating in the Sky Academy's exam. The lowest cultivation was at least at the 9th level of the ascending soul realm. Moreover, there were only a few of them. Most of them were at the soul reincarnation realm and spirit realm. Among the people present, there were even martial artists at the 9th level of the spirit realm. TSK, you still have the face to say that even if you know. With such IQ, your mother didn't have to worry about letting you out. Once again, I admire your mother's courage. Little bastard, you have to be careful. No matter how eloquent you are, a 2-legged maggot can't understand bird language. Master is wise. Use the king's disdain to despise him. The man and the parrot answered each other. Instantly, the man's expression turned hideous as his eyes became bloodshot. What kind of humiliation could cause such a reaction? Could it be done with just a few words? Chu Yang couldn't help but squint his eyes. It seemed that being humiliated by them was worse than being killed for the people from the Eastern Continent. Chapter 979. Brother, restrain yourself. Someone held him down and said, "These dogs from the Eastern Wilderness are here to provoke you. If you really attack and get killed, the dogs will get what they want." That's right. They're not convinced that they're dogs. They don't know what they're talking about. Chu Yang's eyes were full of disdain. It was as if he was looking at a maggot in a dung pit. Not only did he cover his nose, but his face was also full of disgust. The people from the East Continent were instantly angered by Chu Yang. Chu Yang said, "Come and bite me if you don't like it. I like how you can't wait to skin me, but can't kill me." Quack! The parrot also laughed strangely and ridiculed. The 2-legged maggots of the Eastern Continent are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow from the king. Cui Xinho and the others were stunned when they heard that. The people from the Eastern Wilderness could be so arrogant. Then, they couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yang and the parrot didn't seem to lose when it came to bickering. However, their smiles soon disappeared. They couldn't fight here, but couldn't they fight elsewhere? 2-legged maggots in the cesspit. Get out of the way. Don't smell this divine bird. Look at how you squirm. This divine bird is worried that I'll starve to death. Chu Yang walked straight in under the parrot's arrogant words. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion was heard. A white-clothed youth suddenly flew over and blocked the path of Chu Yang and the others. He squinted his eyes and sized Chu Yang up from head to toe. Then, he exposed an incomparably disgusted expression on his face. It was as if he'd stepped on dog shit. Dog, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Kneel immediately. The young man in white sneered and ordered, I'm not very patient. I'll give you 3 fingers time. He raised 3 fingers. Also, dog, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you can't fight here. You're just dogs. I can make you kneel with a look. What the hell? Chuyang was furious. He immediately glanced at the white-clothed youth. He was only at spirit stage 5th level. His expression could not help but turn cold. This idiot should be rejoicing. If they were in another place, he would kill this thing in a matter of minutes. Hee. Then Chuyang smiled. 2-legged maggot, may I know your humble name? The young man in white smiled sinisterly. He was so disdainful that he didn't even bother to get angry. You're just a mongrel. You don't know my name yet. Chuyang shook his head and said, It's not your real name, and don't insult these 4 words. Use the humble name that I just created. It suits you best. After all, this is something that I have painstakingly designed for you. You are proud. The Lord has bestowed upon you infinite glory. The people from the East Continent were all stunned. Who was the one who was being arrogant? This was definitely the most arrogant person they had ever seen from the Eastern Wilderness. You're courting death. The white-clothed youth's blood rushed to his face as killing intent gushed out. Little bastard, it doesn't matter if you don't know my humble name. Just record it like this. Today, a 2-legged maggot was despised to death by your king's disdainful gaze. As a result, you gained enlightenment and comprehended the supreme divine ability to kill with your eyes. That's enough, master. The parrot laughed strangely. You think too highly of him by despising him with your king's disdainful gaze. I'll kill the maggot with my king's disdainful gaze. This is even more appropriate. As it laughed strangely, the parrot rolled its eyes and looked away. At this moment, Cui Xinho and the other 2's hearts were in their throats. They were only at the soul wheel stage, but their opponent was at the spirit stage. If he borrowed the might of the heavens, they would immediately kneel down. Although they won in a verbal battle, the more beautiful they won now, the more miserable and laughable they would be when they lose later. However, the 3 of them noticed that Chuyang didn't seem to be worried at all. Instead, he had a cold smile on his face. In fact, the 3 of them could clearly sense the dense, killing intent that Chuyang was emitting. Since they could sense it, the white-clothed youth would naturally be able to sense it as well. Huh. The white-clothed youth laughed out of anger. Good. You're just a mere dog. You dare to have killing intent towards me. If I don't make a mad dog like you kneel down today, I, Gongsun Liang, will write my name. Buzz. Chapter 980. When Gongsun Liang made his move, the 2 old men at the registration area immediately looked over. However, they did not say anything in the end. It was obvious that this was within the Sky Court's permission, or perhaps they were biased towards Gongsun Liang. As for the reason, Chuyang did not care. His expression was calm as he allowed Gongsun Liang to make his move. He looked at the surrounding crowd and saw that they were all sneering. There was no one that sympathized with him. So this is the East Continent. Chuyang said. At this moment, Gongsun Liang's mental energy pressure had already descended. Ripples appeared in the air and formed into a sharp wave that charged towards Chuyang. Chuyang did not move at all. The sharp wave silently collapsed. The ripples that appeared in the air stopped in front of him, as if the wave had encountered a dam. Gongsun Liang had only used his mental energy pressure. How could he possibly intimidate Chuyang? This was simply ridiculous. When Chuyang was in the Eastern Wilderness, he could even assassinate a soul amalgamation realm. Although he was in the East Continent, where the world's binding power had increased countless times, and he was unable to kill someone who was 2 realms higher than him, a mere spirit stage 5th stage was nothing in his eyes. In the East Continent, the laws of the world had also recognized his extraordinariness. After completing the laws, he would have no problem killing a spirit stage 5th stage. Gaga. The parrot immediately cackled and mocked. 2-legged maggots. Now you know what it feels like to have a bug move a mountain. Even so, you still dare to show off. Are all two-legged maggots like this in the eastern continent? It let out a long sigh. It seems that my lord wants to be invincible and lonely. How pitiful. I'm about to cry. Chui Shinho, Hao Haodong, and Olajing were instantly convinced by the parrot. Invincible and lonely? How dare you say that? If they were like this, then the people from the East Continent would be even more so. They were provoked by the parrot and immediately sneered. Gong Sun Liang, even if you want to embarrass yourself, don't embarrass the East Continent. You can't even deal with a mere dog. You're truly a piece of trash. If you don't have the ability, Gong Sun Liang, squat in the corner and don't make a sound. Gong Sun Liang's face was completely red as he roared. Mongrel, do you think you're so great? I haven't even used my full strength yet. TSK, the parrot sneered. It's as if my lord didn't want you to use your full strength. You seem to be very benevolent. This divine bird has lived for a long time. Fortunately, I paid attention just now. Otherwise, I would have laughed my head off. After it finished speaking, it poked its wings and taunted them. Two-legged maggots. You're all the same. You're all maggots that crawl in a cesspool. Crawl together. My master will deal with you all in one go. Otherwise, if you all come one by one, not to mention anything else, my lord will be disgusted to death by you all. Dog bird, it stinks. Gong Sun Liang, what are you waiting for? Why don't you borrow the power of heaven and earth? Let the dogs of the East Continent see the difference between us. As soon as the fighting broke out, almost everyone surrounded them. There were 3 groups of people on the inside and 3 groups of people on the outside. The sheer number of people was enough to cause Chui Shinho and the others to panic. Wang, Gong Sun Liang suddenly activated his mental energy once again. His pressure increased by another level. Mongrel, kneel down before me. In the air, the ripples turned into a huge wave. It was as if the waves of heaven and earth were crashing down. Wave after wave crashed down, causing rumbling sounds to ring out. The momentum was terrifying. Gong Sun Liang borrowed the power of heaven and earth and released the pressure of a spirit stage 5th level. When the 2 old men at the registration area saw such a power, one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "The children of the Gong Sun family are truly extraordinary." This kind of mental energy pressure is considered top-notch within the spirit stage 5th level. That's right. The dogs of the Eastern Wilderness probably won't be able to resist this. Chapter 981. A Dog from the Eastern Wilderness? Chuyang squinted his eyes. Even the old man from the Sky Academy, who was in charge of recruitment, was the same. This caused him to be extremely furious. The people from the Eastern Wilderness were like pigs and dogs in the East Continent. Very good. I'll let you guys see a joke. I'll let you guys see enough. He was completely enraged. Rumble. The spiritual pressure swept over like a huge wave, covering the sky and covering the earth. A vast expanse of white actually appeared, as if a huge wave had swept over from the horizon. However, the huge wave immediately weakened strangely as soon as it got close to Chuyang. Then it quickly weakened. In the end, when it came into contact with Chuyang, only a very weak ripple was left. It was like a ripple formed by a raindrop falling into water. It was very tiny. Throughout the entire process, not a single strand of Chuyang's hair fluttered, let alone his sleeves. How is this possible? How is this possible? The people of the East Continent were all shocked. The 2 old men from the recruitment office were also shocked. Chuyang seemed to be at the peak of the 9th level of the Soul Will stage. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to resist such a mental energy pressure so easily. You haven't used your full strength yet, right? Use more strength. Chuyang chuckled. Not to mention anything else, just his identity as a rank 5 array master was enough to resist this mental energy pressure. Not to mention, his martial soul was extremely heaven-defying. Gaga, the parrot also laughed strangely. A spirit stage 5th level is indeed powerful. This mental energy pressure can be considered top-notch. Wahahaha. The faces of the 2 old men in the admissions office reddened as the parrot repeated exactly what they had just said. I haven't used my full strength yet. Dog, what are you being so arrogant for? Gong Sun Liang roared as his long hair soared into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. With 5 explosions, divine bridges appeared one after another behind him. A total of 5 divine bridges emerged from his body and entered the void, connecting him to the entire world. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, he activated his spiritual power with all his might. The flesh between his eyebrows actually split open and blood flowed out. Because he had exerted too much force, his eyes were almost detached from their sockets. Veins popped out on his face, throbbing incessantly. Gong Sun Liang was going all out, urging his spiritual power with all his might. With a loud bang, Gong Sun Liang's spiritual power took the form of a mountain from between his eyebrows. After it came out of dystocia, it fell towards Chu Yang. Who? A gust of wind blew, and Chu Yang's long hair fluttered. He clapped and said, "Not bad, not bad. You can finally move my hair. You have indeed made great progress." As he clapped, the sound waves formed by the applause also appeared, welcoming the mountain. Then, the sound waves formed circles of ripples, like an abyss, swallowing the entire mountain, completely disappearing. However many mountains there were, it would devour as many mountains as there were. Gong Sun Liang's eyes were already bleeding. Caw-caw, the parrot cackled again. You're so serious about reading that your eyes are bleeding. Keep up the good work. The heavens reward the diligent. Don't ever give up. The people from the East Continent were completely silent. Gong Sun Liang had used all the strength he could muster to blow Chu Yang's hair. But that was all. How is this possible? Wahaha! The parrot saw that the people from the East Continent were as silent as ghosts. Unity is strength, it said. 2-legged maggots from the East Continent. Hurry up and get moving. Cheer for your comrades. I can't stand to see you all so cold and indifferent. But no one said anything. With a thump, Gong Sun Liang finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat on the ground. His chest was like a bellows as he gasped for breath. His whole body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Chu Yang lowered his head and looked down at Gong Sun Liang. Have you used your full strength yet? If you haven't, you can continue. I like people who don't know when to stop. The sarcastic laughter entered Gong Sun Liang's ears. His vision couldn't help but turn dark. His prideful heart was shattered into pieces, and he was extremely embarrassed. He really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Why aren't you talking? Chu Yang chuckled. You're at the 5th level of the spirit realm. Aren't you very capable? Why don't you continue? Gong Sun Liang was too ashamed to show his face. He really wanted to die right now. Why aren't you talking? What do you mean? Chu Yang didn't spare him. He continued to humiliate him. You haven't used your full strength yet, so please continue. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm bullying the people from the Gong Sun family. That's not good. For a long time, Gong Sun Liang still couldn't say a word. Chu Yang immediately said with disdain, Tisk, it's really boring. You've been humiliated like this, and you still don't dare to kill people. How disappointing. It's fine if you don't want to. He extended his hand towards Gong Sun Liang. Hello, Gong Sun Liang. Chapter 982. Gong Sun Liang had said that he could make Chu Yang kneel down by raising his hand. If he couldn't do it, he would write his name upside down. This time, he really wrote his name upside down. You dog, don't push us too far. Some people from the East Continent were so angry that they roared angrily. Push us too far? Who pushed us too far? I didn't touch your girls or steal your thunder, but you all despised me, ridiculed me, and humiliated me. Who pushed us too far? Chu Yang chuckled and glanced at them. Yes, I pushed you too far. What can you do? If you don't agree, let's continue to fight. Let's see who wins. Then he mocked them. I won't count your number. You're all 2-legged maggots. Come at me together. Quack, quack. The parrot was very cooperative. My lord, this is to show you what it means to be invincible and lonely. You usually don't see this kind of elegance, so I ask you to cherish this opportunity. Cui Xinho and the other 2 were completely dumbfounded. Chu Yang was very amazing. They already knew that when they were in the deserted village, but they never expected him to be so amazing. Moreover, it seemed that this was not his limit. However, he actually wanted to challenge everyone present. Was he crazy? At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people present. You're all Gong Sun Liang. Don't put on a noble face in front of me in the future. I'm disgusted. No one dared to provoke him. After expressing his disdain, Chu Yang went straight to sign up. Although the two old men didn't like Chu Yang, they didn't dare to violate the rules of the Sky Academy. They obediently recorded the names of Chu Yang, Scumbag Chu, and Shui Xinho, and gave each of them a white jade token. Scumbag Chu was the parrot. His surname was Chu, and his name was Scumbag. Quack, quack. The parrot flapped its wings and said goodbye to the people of the East Continent. Everyone, see you next time. Next time, you must give it your all. This divine bird has high hopes for you, waha. Chu Yang swaggered off, accompanied by the parrot's ridicule. The people from the Eastern Continent gnashed their teeth. If news of this were spread, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Eastern Continent. They were even inferior to a wild dog. During the assessment, I will definitely let this wild dog know how powerful I am. Damn it, how could a wild dog be so arrogant in front of us? I must kill him even if he fails the test of the Sky Academy. If the wild dog doesn't die, we will never be able to wash away our shame. All the people from the Eastern Wasteland were filled with righteous indignation. Gong Sun Liang, who was sitting on the ground, heard the crowd's words. His dead eyes suddenly came back to life. He gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. Damn you, wild dog, if I, Gong Sun Liang, don't chop you into pieces, I swear I am not a man. Chu Yang knew what Gong Sun Liang and the others were thinking. Of course, he couldn't ignore them. After all, he didn't only have to deal with Gong Sun Liang, but also the whole Eastern Continent. It's really exciting to fight against the whole Eastern Continent alone. When Chu Yang thought of the Eastern Wilderness, he couldn't help admiring him. It took a lot of courage to fight against the Eastern Continent alone. Chu Yang didn't have much courage. He was just angry. If he didn't fight back, he would be aggrieved to death. Soon, they arrived at the designated location of the Sky Academy. There was a portal there which transported them to a dimensional space for the assessment. The entrance assessment of the Sky Academy consisted of 9-dimensional secret realms. In each secret realm, those who participated in the Sky Academy's assessment had to fight. In the end, they would be admitted according to their accumulated points. Chapter 983. The minimum score to enter the Sky Academy was at least 10,000 points, and that was only for handyman students. The Sky Academy was an academy, but it had many similarities with sections. The students were divided into handyman students, outer court students, inner court students, elite students, and saints. Saints were the disciples of sages, but Chu Yang didn't know if there were any sages in the Sky Academy. The Sky Academy was divided into 2 areas, the sky and the ground. The Sky Academy on the ground was the Handyman Academy. Only the outer court students could enter the outer court of the Sky Academy. Only then could they enter the other area of the Sky Academy and enter the real Sky Academy. The Sky Academy on the sky was the real Sky Academy. The entrance examination of the Sky Academy was a way to raise poisonous insects. If you died, and you had nothing to say about it. After all, the Sky Academy had made it clear before. If you were afraid of being killed, you shouldn't participate in the examination of the Sky Academy. Chu Yang and the others waited for about 2 hours. With the arrival of the last batch of participants, nearly 200,000 people gathered in front of the portal. The scene was extremely spectacular. This was only the first batch of the examination. Because of the large number of participants, the Sky Academy had to divide the examination into several batches every time it recruited students. Every time, the examination would be divided into at least 3 batches. That was to say, the Sky Academy used at least 27-dimensional secret realms for the examination alone. 27-dimensional secret realms, which was unimaginable in the Eastern Wilderness. But for the Sky Academy, each dimensional secret realm was just a classroom. While waiting, Chu Yang realized that many people were staring at him coldly. Everything that had happened previously had been revealed. After the 200,000 examinees gathered, almost all of their gazes were on Chu Yang and the others. Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Olejing were almost trembling under the pressure of such a group, but they just held on. The parrot didn't dare to make a noise at this time. Otherwise, it would have used its beak to shoot at those who dared to besiege it like this. Even if Cui Xinho and the other two trembled, Chu Yang wouldn't blame them. What kind of concept was 200,000? Even if you firmly believe that you had the truth in your hands, under such pressure, you would definitely think that you were wrong. Being condemned by thousands and spurned by tens of thousands was definitely not a joke. Not everyone could endure it. Of course, Chu Yang was also under pressure. He was facing the eastern wilderness alone. Now, it was no longer just empty words, but reality unfolding before his eyes. Even though he knew about the psychological effect of group pressure, he still couldn't control it. When he was in the Eastern Barren Territory, he had done many things like facing many people alone. However, how could it compare to this scene? The scene of 200,000 people was too big and too magnificent. It could be said that everyone in the East Continent was an enemy. Chu Yang used the cultivation of a fifth-grade array master in order to resist the pressure of such a group of people. Everything suddenly changed when the pressure of this group of 200,000 people came crashing down on him. It seemed that everything had turned into a kind of battle array and had turned into a vast fluctuation of a battle array. At this moment, the entire world had turned into a huge array formation in his eyes, and he immediately resisted this psychological pressure. When he looked at the sea of people again, the moving heads made him suddenly feel that this was clearly a moving array seal. Many array seals had gathered together. 3 seals of heaven, earth, and man. Aren't these 200,000 people a great array formed by the man seals? At this moment, his heart was moved, and he had a great realization. A thought even appeared in the depths of his heart. With the help of these 200,000 people, he could break through the barrier of a level 6 array master and advance to a level 6 array master. Chapter 984. Pop. After an unknown period of time, Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Olejing started to tremble. Then, the spiritual fluctuation that was emitted from Chu Yang's body became more and more obvious. With his body as the center, a circle of ripples rippled out in the void. The 3 of them were completely shaken. Why isn't Chu Yang afraid? Why is he treating these 200,000 people like they're nothing? Even though he was surrounded by enemies, Chu Yang was not only able to remain calm and composed, he could even cultivate and gain great insights. They were all humans, but why was there such a difference between heaven and earth? Why couldn't they do the same? Even if they couldn't do what Chu Yang did, why would they be so afraid and tremble in fear? How could the people of the East Continent not look down on them? How could they not mock them? Only someone like Chu Yang could win respect, and even make the people of the East Continent revere him. And only someone like Chu Yang could dare to mock the people of the East Continent, humiliate them to the extreme, and do everything possible. At this moment, the fear in the hearts of these 3 people suddenly disappeared without a trace. When they looked at Chu Yang again, there was no longer any doubt from before, nor was there any sneer from before. Now, they only had admiration and worship. Every person from the Eastern Wilderness was mocked and looked down upon in the East Continent. Every one of them was incomparably angry. But who could look down on everything like Chu Yang? The 3 of them were incomparably excited. Chu Yang could very well be the next Eastern Wilderness. The parrot seemed to understand why Chu Yang was the master, and why it was the lowly one, and why Chu Yang was always so heaven-defying. It really didn't know what Chu Yang was doing now, and what it was doing now. This imbecile really makes this divine bird feel inferior. What am I afraid of? What am I afraid of? The parrot was angry at itself. These 2-legged maggots called it a dog, and it was actually afraid of them. It was a disgrace, a great disgrace, a black mark that would forever remain in its life. Bang! In a fit of anger, the parrot flapped its wings and said, "What are you looking at? Can you kill this divine bird with your eyes? You're all idiots. How can you think of killing with your eyes? It's really an eye-opener for this divine bird. It puffed up its chest and said excitedly, "So what if the whole world is our enemy? So what if the whole world is our enemy? Even if there are millions of people, we will still be like birds." Chui Xinho and the other two felt ashamed again. They were not even as good as one of Chu Yang's parrots. At least they did not have the courage to mock the countless people in the East Continent. Wang, the parrot, had infuriated the people from the East Continent, and many of them glared at it with killing intent. The parrot began to tremble, and fear welled up in its heart. However, it was at this point that Chu Yang's voice rang out. "Is little scum wrong?" At this moment, Chu Yang once again felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, as if he was trapped in a cage. He once again felt the barrier of the heavens. The barrier of the heavens of a 6th-level spell formation master. Everyone in the East Continent was his enemy, and under such terrifying pressure, he had a great enlightenment. The enlightenment of heaven and earth should not only be limited to various terrains and laws. There should be many other kinds, such as the more than 200,000 people in the East Continent. The laws of heaven and earth were difficult to find. Where could one go to comprehend them? This was Chu Yang's view. However, the laws of heaven and earth were everywhere. They existed in all terrains, in all kinds of formations, in all kinds of martial arts, in oneself, in other people, in all kinds of creatures, etc. The laws of heaven and earth were everywhere. Chapter 985. Buzz. With a soft sound, a barrier-covered little bastard, and Chui Xinho. This was the usage of the heavenly barrier. Since the heavenly barrier was difficult to break, it could naturally be used as a form of protection. Chu Yang's voice rang out once again. "So what if the entire world is my enemy? So what if the entire world is my enemy? Even if there are millions of people, what can you do? Can you kill me with your gazes? If you can, then look. I'll let you look as much as you want." At this moment, Chu Yang's voice was a bit ethereal. It was as light as the clouds in the sky. He was thinking of how to break through the heavenly barrier with the help of the crowd. With his current understanding of arrays, it was still very difficult for him to break through the rank 6 heavenly barrier. Thus, his words were spoken casually. However, when it entered the ears of the people from the Eastern Continent, it was as if a needle had pierced into their hearts. Their voices were filled with disdain and contempt. "Wild dog, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." A voice that was filled with anger and humiliation. Even their bodies were trembling. It was Gong Sun Liang that Chu Yang had humiliated. "Gong Sun Liang, I'll wait for your revenge. However, I hope that you can use your full strength this time." "Gong Sun," the parrot laughed out loud. "Gong Sun Liang, the benefits of writing the name backwards are great. At the very least, your Gong Sun family wasn't exposed and completely humiliated." A large hand appeared behind the parrot and gave a thumbs up to Gong Sun Liang. "Gong Sun Liang, this move of yours is amazing. Amazing, too amazing. This divine bird has already learned a move. I've decided to call myself Bird God from now on." "Dog!" Gong Sun Liang lost his composure and roared. However, no one laughed. This was the Eastern Continent's humiliation, a supreme humiliation. No matter how big of a crime Gong Sun Liang committed, no matter how stupid he was, it was impossible to erase the fact that Gong Sun Liang was from the Eastern Continent. "Wild dog, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because you won once? A dog like you usually dies in an ugly manner." Within the crowd, a tall and handsome man stood out. He was at the peak of the spirit stage, 9th level. Chu Yang closed his eyes and said, "Tell me your name, two-legged maggot. I'll teach you how to make maggots when I'm free." "Humph," the tall and strong man said with a murderous aura. "Wild dog. Remember, the one who kills the dog will be surnamed Dongfang and given name Zheng. I will never change my name." "I see." Chu Yang's eyes were still closed. While thinking about how to break through the barrier with the help of the enmity of the East Continent, he said, "I will change your surname. I think your surname is Zheng Fangdong. Zheng Fangdong is better." "Wild dog, Dongfang Zheng's killing intent gushed out. I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you. Let's see if you can still be as sharp-tongued as you are now when death is near. Shengfang Dong, I can't help but praise you. You are very self-aware. Chu Yang didn't open his eyes from beginning to end. Not to mention you. Even if all of you from the East Continent were to join forces, you wouldn't be a match for me. My three-character classic is the #1 scripture in the world. Ha! When Chui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and O Lejing heard this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough, he was worthy of being the person they admired. His words were really good. The three-character classic had become a supreme scripture. Waha! How could the parrot be inferior to Chui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Hao Haodong? It immediately laughed out loud and said, there is no need for my lord to do anything. My three-character classic is invincible in the Eastern Continent. I will destroy anyone that I see. I guarantee that I will make you feel good. I swear to the heavens. Chapter 986. Dongfang Zheng's killing intent grew stronger, and the anger of the people from the East Continent surged. However, all of them restrained themselves. Once the test began and they entered the designated test mystic realm, it would be the time for these wild dogs to die. The scene fell silent. After waiting for a while, an old figure suddenly appeared in the air and said to Chu Yang and the others, you from the barren village, do you already know the process of the test and many other things? Chu Yang opened his eyes and looked at the old man in the air. He felt that the old man was unfathomable, so he said, please tell us more. Since the old man deliberately said so, there must be something important to explain. No matter how excellent your test results are, you can only enter the Sky Academy as a handyman student. Do you know that? Chu Yang couldn't help but look back at Chui Xinho and the others. When his sixth granduncle told him about the things to pay attention to in the Sky Academy's test, he didn't mention this. The three couldn't help nodding slightly. Chui Xinho secretly transmitted a voice to them. This is a new rule of the Sky Academy 10 years ago. The Patriarch is still in the dark and doesn't know about such a rule. 10 years ago, it meant that someone deliberately targeted him. Endless malice. In an instant, Chu Yang was furious. Discrimination. The East Continent discriminated against the people from the Eastern Wilderness. Sir, why does the Sky Academy have such a rule? Chu Yang held back his anger and asked. The old man looked at Chu Yang and said bluntly, because you are from the Eastern Wilderness. You are desolate men. Desolate men are not people? How noble can people from the East Continent be? The more Chu Yang thought about it, the angrier he became. He said again, I don't know which senior from the East Continent made such a rule. Ha! The old man in the air was amused. He sneered and said, why? Do you want to ask the senior for advice? That's what I want. Chu Yang firmly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He actually had to speak nicely to someone who despised him. He was so sullen that he almost wanted to die. However, he still didn't have the strength to kill this old dog and cut off its head. The old man sneered even more. I can tell you that this is the rules set by the dean of our Sky Academy. You can ask him for advice. Huh? The people from the East Continent immediately burst into laughter. Their laughter resounded through the sky and spread far and wide. Ridiculous, isn't it? Chu Yang suddenly laughed. There used to be a guy from the Eastern Wilderness who could force your Sky Academy to compromise and recruit students from the Eastern Wilderness. Do you think I can't do that? He raised his hand and pointed at the sky. I, Chu Yang, swear that I will definitely abolish this rule of the Sky Academy. If I can't do it, I'll never be able to enter this cycle of reincarnation. I'll suffer the agony of the infernal hell, unable to beg for death. The oath was very grand. Although it was monotonous, it resounded through the whole place. At this moment, Chui Xinho and the other two admired Chu Yang even more. If everyone in the barren village had such courage as Chu Yang, they wouldn't have been looked down upon and called a wild dog or a mongrel. They also suddenly became hot-blooded and made the same oath as Chu Yang. The parrot didn't fall behind. Ha! After a moment of silence, the old man in the sky laughed. The people from the East Continent also burst into laughter. In their eyes, this was just a big joke. Humph, laugh all you want. Chu Yang snorted. I can tell you that no matter who is here this time, you can only enter the Sky Academy as a handyman student. After a pause, he said domineeringly, because if I don't allow it, you can't. Because if I don't allow it, you can't. Cui Xinho and the other two also roared. Even if they died because of this, they would be happy and energetic. As men, how could they not have any spirit and backbone in the world? Those who humiliate me, I'll pay them back. Chu Yang looked at the old man in the sky and said again, Sir, may I know your name? I'd like to learn from you tomorrow. The old man was stunned for a moment and then laughed loudly. You're so arrogant. I'm Lu Yangxia. If you can do it, you can come to me tomorrow and make fun of me. Lu Yangxia, Mr. Lu, Chu Yang said. I'll remember you. I'll wait for your good news. After that, Lu Yangxia said to the audience, Now the assessment begins. Chapter 987. The transmitting formation was very large, so it didn't take long for more than 200,000 people to be teleported and disappear. Chu Yang also entered the dimensional secret realm with Cui Xinho and the other two. As soon as they disappeared, 5 old men appeared beside Lu Yangxia. As soon as they appeared, one of them said with a smile, Old Lu, I heard that this assessment is very interesting. The 5 old men were Ping Zimo, Tom Ming Yuan, Dong Zisher, Guan Jianmin, and Lu Yangxia. They were responsible for the enrollment of the Sky Academy this time. Lu Yangxia nodded and said with a smile, The guy named Chu Yang in the Eastern Wilderness swore that he would abolish the rule of the Academy. All people in the Eastern Wilderness can only be handyman students no matter how good their grades are. The more he thought about it, the funnier he felt. Then he said, He even threatened to compete with our headmaster. Huh. In the end, Lu Yangxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was simply too funny for him. What kind of person was the master of the Sky Academy? People like Chu Yang would probably never see such a person in their entire lives, let alone argue with such a person. When the elders heard that Chu Yang was going to compete with the master of the Sky Academy, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thinking of Chu Yang, Lu Yangxia couldn't help but say the wild dog named Chu Yang also said that in this assessment, no one in the East Continent can become an outer academy student or an inner academy student. All of them can only be handyman students like him. He is very arrogant. He imitated Chu Yang's voice and said passionately, If I don't allow it, you can't. Although the 5 old men shouldn't be so arrogant, the wild dog was not a junior, so they could laugh at him wantonly. Besides, it was too ridiculous for them. How dare a wild dog say that if I don't allow it, you can't? There were more than 200,000 people in the East Continent, all of whom were incompetent. It was too easy for them to deal with a few wild dog. However, that wild dog called Chu Yang is indeed extraordinary. This was an old man called Ping Zimo. He and Guan Jianmin were in charge of the enrollment area, so they had some understanding of Chu Yang. Guan Jianmin nodded his head and said, Indeed, Gongsun Liang from the Gongsun family is at the 5th level of the spirit realm. His cultivation is much higher than the wild dog. However, even after using all of his strength, he was still unable to make the wild dog kneel. This wild dog does have the qualifications to be arrogant. If it wasn't one of the more outstanding wild dog, it wouldn't have dared to bark here. Lu Yangxia smiled and said, But that's all there is to it. Not to mention the others. The 200,000 people from the East Continent who are participating in the assessment can drown them with just a spit of saliva from each of them. The so-called you can't do it because I don't allow it is just a big joke. Naturally, Chu Yang didn't know about the ridicule of the 5 people. After he led Cui Xinho and the other 2 into the first dimensional secret realm, they ran into trouble. Although the teleportation array had spread the 200,000 people evenly throughout the dimensional secret realm, there were still many people from the East Continent at the spot where they appeared, and they were immediately sent back to where they came from. When Chu Yang came into contact with them, he immediately used his speed to get rid of them. He then went to the edge of the dimensional secret realm to study the array that was arranged in the entire dimensional secret realm. The array in the dimensional secret realm could monitor the entire dimensional secret realm. 9-dimensional secret realms, 9 arrays. Apart from monitoring the entire dimensional secret realm, these arrays could also be activated at any time to deal with the situation within the dimensional secret realm. Before coming here, the sixth granduncle had already told Chu Yang about this. The reason why Chu Yang dared to say you can't do it because I don't allow it was because of the array. Chapter 988. This was not Chu Yang's original idea. He already had this idea before he came to the Sky Academy. The reason was, of course, that the East Continent was against him. In the past, as long as the village participated in the Sky Academy examination, they would be targeted and besieged by the East Continent. They would either be killed directly or humiliated to the extreme. Chu Yang certainly did not think that he was special, nor did he think that he was lucky. When he participated in the test of the Sky Academy, the situation would be different. The people of the East Continent would never target him, nor could they target him. Of course, he did not want to be humiliated or even killed. Therefore, before he came, he found that there was only one way to pass the test of the Sky Academy: the formation. After entering the secret realm, Cui Xinho and the other two were curious about how to deal with the encirclement of the people of the East Continent. When they saw Chu Yang studying the formation in the secret realm, they were finally sure of Chu Yang's plan. Formation. It was not that there were no formation masters in the East Continent. In fact, there were more formation masters in the East Continent than in the Eastern Wilderness, and they were more brilliant than in the Eastern Wilderness. However, why did the formation masters of the East Continent not dare to do this? Because it was impossible. The entire array formation in the secret realm was like a country, and every node was a city. There were armies stationed there, armored soldiers patrolling and guarding, and even generals and city lords standing guard. Even if one managed to infiltrate the secret realm, they would not be able to stay for long. They would definitely be discovered and eliminated. Therefore, in the end, his efforts would be in vain and in vain. Such things had happened before, and they had learned a painful lesson. Therefore, they did not dare to do this again. The three of them had never expected that Chu Yang would try a method that had been proven to be impossible. However, they did not say anything because this was the only way. Otherwise, they would be humiliated and killed by the encirclement of so many people from the East Continent. Moreover, if the formation masters of the East Continent could not do it, Chu Yang could. Chu Yang was now an admirer of all three of them. Soon, the three of them found that Chu Yang was very experienced in invading other people's formations. His movements were very skillful, and their eyes lit up. Darkness invasion. The three of them could only conclude the entire process like this. They saw Chu Yang's dark, true essence endlessly pour into a node of the array formation. His dark, true essence was like the darkness of the night, silently invading every corner of the array formation. When the controller of the formation sensed the abnormality, it was as if dawn had arrived. When the light came, the darkness naturally retreated. Chu Yang also retreated with the darkness and hid. He did not arouse any suspicion at all. He blended perfectly with the darkness, as if he was the darkness itself and represented the darkness itself. This was only the most basic. If each formation node was a city, and there were armored soldiers patrolling and guarding it, then it would be very difficult to infiltrate the city without being discovered. However, Chu Yang did it with ease. It was as if he had released many ghosts from the darkness, silently invading the consciousness of the general stationed in the city. He controlled them without making a sound and gave orders through him. What Chu Yang had displayed had completely shocked Cui Xinho and the other two. This method shocked them to the core. I thought the formation of the East Continent would be amazing. Isn't also bullshit, full of flaws. Chu Yang's sinister laughter suddenly made Cui Xinho and the other two people who had sunk into a deep shock. They couldn't help but stare blankly. From Chu Yang's voice, they could tell that Chu Yang was definitely a repeat offender. Chapter 989. With the help of the celestial demon Martial Soul, The various array seals in the array formation were instantly analyzed by Chu Yang. Chu Yang was also very good at soul techniques. The soul-devouring gourd, detention gourd, and soul-severing gourd weren't used because they couldn't alarm the other party. However, the soul-snatching technique that Chu Yang had obtained on Emperor Island was very useful. Just like how Slave 1 had silently infiltrated other people's souls and controlled them, Chu Yang quickly occupied the first array formation node. Then, using his identity as the array formation node, he made each array formation node acknowledge him and occupy them one by one. Like a rolling snowball, Chu Yang invaded the entire array formation faster and faster. After a while, he said, "Let's go. It's time for us to collect the toll." Chu Yang led Cui Xinho and the other two directly into the array formation node. The dimensional secret territory was very big, and the entire array formation was huge. Each node was a teleportation array. Following the array formation's passageway, one could easily reach every corner of the dimensional secret territory. Chu Yang's target was the intersection between the array formations of the first and second dimensional secret territory. All the candidates would have to pass through this node to enter the second dimensional secret territory and participate in the second round of assessment. The first round of assessment wouldn't end so quickly. The candidates had to hunt the demonic beasts in the secret territory, search for natural treasures, and pass the tests set up in the secret territory to earn points. During this period, the candidates had to fight and kill each other. This made the entire assessment bloody and long. As a result, Chu Yang had the time to invade the second and third dimensional secret territory. Naturally, he was worried that he would be noticed by the Invigilator after he attacked through the array formation in the first dimensional secret territory. Therefore, Chu Yang made preparations in advance. Chu Yang didn't stop. He invaded one array formation after another. After invading all 9 array formations, he returned with an exhausted look on his face. Even though his mind power was extremely strong, invading 9 large arrays at once consumed a lot of energy. Of course, he didn't have the ability to control these 9 large arrays. He just stole part of the control. The 3 of you, listen up. If someone comes later, shout the slogan first. Chu Yang was originally extremely tired, but Cui Xinho and the other 2 noticed that when he talked about this matter, he immediately became spirited. He said excitedly, "The slogan should be like this: the secret realm is my home. Unity and friendship depend on everyone. If you want my friendship, hand over your points." Yes, that's right. Chu Yang felt that the slogan was quite smooth, so he immediately slapped the table and said, "That's it. The 3 of you go first." Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Olajing were immediately put in a difficult position. They had come to participate in the Sky Trial, not to be bandits. Also, when had this place become their home? However, the 3 of them had no choice but to do as they were told. They shouted, "The arcane realm is my home. Unity and friendship depend on everyone. If you want my friendship, hand over your points." What the hell is wrong with you? You're robbing the 2-legged maggots of the eastern wilderness, and yet you still have such a guilty conscience? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Chu Yang was furious when he saw the 3 of them acting coy. Weren't they saying that he was a bad person right in front of his face? Caw-caw. The parrot immediately laughed loudly. "My master, leave this task to me. I'm the best at this kind of thing." As for these 3 bad kids, I swear on my bird status that they will definitely embarrass you, my master. The parrot's disdain made the 3 of them blush. They actually had a problem robbing the 2-legged maggots of the eastern continent. They felt like they should be struck by lightning, especially when they thought about the humiliation they had suffered when they had come to participate in the Sky Trial. Their companions had died tragically, and their eyes had turned red. Don't worry, master of the eastern wilderness. Even if the 3 of us are worse than pigs and dogs, we definitely won't embarrass you or the entire eastern wilderness. The 3 of them now respectfully referred to Chu Yang as master of the eastern wilderness to show their respect. That's right. If you're shameless, you have to be completely shameless. Don't suddenly stop halfway. This is good. For example, when you're halfway through using force on a girl, you suddenly come to your senses. That's also a crime. If you're unhappy, the girl won't necessarily appreciate it, right? Chu Yang wasn't satisfied and continued to lead the good kids astray. When it comes to chasing girls, we have to be different from the rest. We don't take the usual path, just like this trial. You have to remember the Lord's teachings. Chapter 990. Time passed silently. Chu Yang woke up from his meditation. When he was full of energy again, he found that little fish and little cat had not arrived. He was immediately displeased. After he shouted at the entire dimensional secret realm, he shouted, "I say, you two-legged maggots of the East Continent, do you have any concept of time? Don't you know that wasting other people's time is equivalent to murder?" His voice resounded in the empty space and spread far and wide. Cui Xinho and the other two were dumbfounded. How could a robber be so righteous? Clap, clap, clap. The three of them were immediately hit on the head by Chu Yang. Chu Yang lectured them. "What's going on with you three? Why is it so slow to change your mindset? The other party called you wild dogs. He made you wait for so long. Isn't that a crime?" The three could only come to a sudden realization, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Quack, quack, Master is coming. The cue points are coming. At this time, the parrot laughed strangely. Following the parrot's gaze, Chu Yang looked over and saw a dozen people flying towards them. Hee, they're finally here. Chu Yang rubbed his palms together. He looked at the dozen or so people as if he were looking at cute points. Then, he said to the parrot, "Get ready, you little bastard. You're going to teach us three naughty children who haven't seen the world a lesson. Tell them what it means to say that this road was opened by me and this tree was planted by me." "All right, Master, just wait and see." The parrot was completely excited and laughed strangely. Swish, swish, swish. The group of people arrived in front of Chu Yang in an instant. The person in the lead had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a slender figure. It could be said that he was a handsome man and a pretty boy. I was wondering whose laughter was so unpleasant. It turns out that it's these mongrels. No wonder. As soon as the handsome man with peach blossom eyes spoke, the people behind him began to speak. "Ignorant wild dog, they dare not run when they see us. Let's get rid of them and show them the nobility of the East Continent. Killing them can be considered as getting rid of evil for the East Continent. Unfortunately, they're just a few wild dog. They won't be famous. Don't worry, it won't take much effort. It's just a few wild dogs." Hearing this, Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Olejing were no longer good kids. They didn't care about being shameless anymore. They roared, "Two-legged maggots of the East Continent, stand firm. Listen up, the mystic realm is my home. Unity and friendship depend on everyone. If you want my friendship, call out your points." The people from the East Continent were stunned for 3 seconds, as if they had been struck by lightning. Then, haha, he laughed so hard that his stomach hurt and his face hurt. He laughed so hard that his face and stomach hurt. Haha, what did I just hear? The secret realm is my home. Unity and friendship depend on everyone. If you want my friendship, call out your points. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Wild dog is really funny. Ouch, my stomach. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Haha. They all laughed like crazy, making Cui Xinho and the other two blush. The handsome man with peach blossom eyes laughed so hard that tears came out his eyes. Chu Yang's lips curled into a smile. He said, "You guessed right. I want you to die of laughter so that I can inherit your points." When the parrot heard this, its eyes lit up. This was a classic. It wanted to take a pen and record Chu Yang's famous words. "Master, when you open your mouth, I feel like the whole world is full of female parrots. Go away, go away," Chu Yang said with disdain. "Female parrots are your hobby, but please don't link me to them and make them misunderstand." Chu Yang and the parrot echoed each other. Cui Xinho and the other two were immediately ashamed. Let's see how they deal with this. Chapter 991. The pretty boy with peach blossom eyes soon stopped smiling. They despised Chu Yang, but Chu Yang despised them even more. Wild dog. I'll also give you a chance to change my surname and name. Grandpa, I'm Gu Yuan. As soon as the peach-eyed gigolo spoke, the people behind him also clamored. Grandpa, I'm Lu Wanji. Grandpa, I'm Jiao Haobo. Grandpa, I'm Ba Hong Lang. Behind them, Gu Yuan clenched his fists and stared at Chu Yang with a smile. Wild dog, how do you want to die? Good grandson, come to Grandpa. Grandpa will give you some candy. Chu Yang crooked his finger at Gu Yuan. His expression was extremely contemptuous. He really looked like an old man teasing a little child. Humph! Gu Yuan sneered. He waved his hand and ordered the people behind him. All of you, don't do anything. I like to see how this wild dog will be my grandpa. Bang! Then, he stomped on the ground as soon as he finished speaking. The ground split open, and cracks appeared like a spiderweb. Then, he flew towards Chu Yang like a bolt of lightning with a sonic boom. He was really like a bolt of lightning, and the sonic boom was like rolling thunder. His momentum was unparalleled, and he became the most dazzling star in the world, stealing everyone's attention. Bang! However, the awe-inspiring Gu Yuan suddenly bounced back like a bird hitting a mountain and fell to the ground. With a bang, smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the ground under his feet shook violently. After a while, in a pit, the awe-inspiring Gu Yuan was spasming and groaning. Just now, he exploded with a speed so fast that he suddenly hit the wall formed by the formation. The recoil was so great that his bones and tendons were broken. The formation in the entire dimensional secret realm was so vast that even Chu Yang couldn't occupy it. He could only occupy the most important nodes. Thus, it wasn't hard to imagine how firm the formation was. At this moment, Chu Yang began to comment, "The pit is a bit small. You're at the peak of spirit stage, 9th stage, yet you created such a small pit. Don't you think that it's too embarrassing?" At the same time, he was also shocked. The East Continent was indeed firm. If it was the Eastern Wilderness, it would definitely create a huge pit. Also, you didn't pretend to be pitiful enough, so Grandpa can't give you candy. Chu Yang shook his head at Gu Yuan, who was in the pit. You've disappointed Grandpa too much. You can't even be a brat. The rest of the people from the East Continent didn't react at all. They still hadn't figured out what was going on. Chu Yang smiled. Hey, come back to your senses. Also, he looked at Cui Xinho and the other two. The three of them understood and immediately roared. The dimensional secret realm is my home. Unity and friendship rely on everyone. If you want me to show friendship, then hand over your points. Everyone, did you hear that? Chu Yang's actions had thoroughly enraged the people from the East Continent. They moved in unison, pressing towards Chu Yang and the others step by step. Be careful. There's something strange about this wild dog. Remember, everyone should take care of each other. If you notice anything strange, everyone must remind each other. As long as we have a plan, this wild dog won't be able to be so arrogant. The group of people reminded each other and cautiously approached Chu Yang. Gu Yuan's actions just now had given them a warning. When they were only half a meter away from Chu Yang, they were all blocked by an invisible wall. No matter how they bombarded it, they were unable to break this layer of wall. This is an array wall. It's at least a rank 7 array wall. We can't break it. How is this possible? How can this wild dog be a rank 7 array master? He must have borrowed the power of the dimensional secret realms array. Chapter 992. Clap, clap. Chu Yang applauded. You're right, but you won't get a prize. After a pause, he smirked and said, Also, come and bite me. The people from the East Continent were furious. They gritted their teeth and taunted, Wild dog, what kind of skill is that? Fight me if you have the guts. I guarantee you'll be looking for your teeth on the ground. Wild dog, I only need one hand. I can crush you with one hand. One hand is too much. I can kill him with one finger. Hee hee. Chu Yang smirked and said, That's a low-level provocation. You can provoke a 7 or 8-year-old child. I guarantee you that he'll piss on your faces. Also, you're so close to me. Don't you see how beautiful I am? The parrot was puzzled. Master, what's beautiful about you? The aesthetics of violence. Rumble. It was as if the sky had collapsed. The people from the East Continent suddenly felt as if the sky had collapsed. An invisible wall fell down, heavier than a mountain. Immediately, they cried for their parents as they were smashed to the ground. They were too close to the nodes of the matrix. The nodes of the matrix were an energy source. The closer they were to the nodes, the more astonishing the power would be when Chu Yang activated the matrix. Just like a moment ago, when a matrix wall fell down on them, it was as if a big hand of the heavens had slapped down on them. All of them were seriously injured and were smashed into the ground. Time to work. Chu Yang waved his hand. Cui Xinho and the other two quickly robbed them of their points. In order to give them a good memory, let's move on to the next step. Chu Yang ordered the three of them, strip them naked, and hang them up to dry. After that, Chu Yang stretched comfortably. It's nice to have someone to pluck my hair for me. Gu Yiwen and the people from the East Continent felt like they were about to faint. However, no matter how much they begged for mercy, Chu Yang ignored them. Cui Xinho and the other two shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They had become professional pluckers. However, they could only get to work. After plucking for a while, they felt that it really was a bit tiring, so they immediately used their spiritual energy to form blades to scrape the fur. However, they were immediately criticized. Plucking hair, what do you mean by plucking hair? You live two-legged maggots. Don't you get blood when you pluck hair? Chu Yang glared at him, and the three of them could only continue to use force, causing the group of people to scream again and again. Ga. The parrot laughed heartily, and then began to flatter Chu Yang. Master, you've brought the traditional virtues of stripping naked and hanging them up to dry in the eastern wilderness. You've already brought them to the eastern wilderness, and you've already promoted them. Little bastard, you're absolutely right. Chu Yang was full of praises. Then, he said, Little bitch, you have to do your part to promote the traditional virtues of the eastern wilderness. Go, join the plucking army. The parrot wanted to cry. This master was too difficult to serve. There was actually such a huge risk in sucking up to him. There was no justice in this world. Being in the king's company is like being in the company of a tiger, not to mention being in the company of a wicked man. This profession is really too dangerous. The parrot learned its lesson through blood and tears and began to pluck the fur. It wasn't long before Gu Yiwen and the others were all stripped naked and hung up to dry in the sun, and a beautiful scene was impressively formed. After an unknown amount of time, the assessment of the first-dimensional secret realm was nearing its end. More and more people moved to the second-dimensional secret realm. When they arrived and saw the beautiful scenery, they were all stunned. Among them, there were girls who suddenly saw the beautiful scenery. Their screams instantly pierced everyone's eardrums. TCH. After the girl screamed, Chu Yang's voice rang out. You've already seen it. Why are you still covering your eyes? What's the difference? Your eyes have long been tainted, so why are you still pretending to be decent? What's the big deal? Yi Qingtang said. Shameless. Bastard. Shameless. Wild dog, you'll die a horrible death. Cold rebukes filled with murderous intent came from all directions. Chu Yang smiled and said, You're just two-legged female maggots. Do I think you're human or women? Why don't you take a look at your own status? Do you have a right to call me a shameless bastard? You don't know what you're talking about. One could imagine the anger of the people of the East Continent. As more and more people gathered, almost all the participants of the assessment had gathered. Chu Yang cleared his throat and began to speak. Disrespectful male maggots and female maggots, hello. Welcome to this humble one's landscape manor. He instantly turned into a tour guide and salesman. I can guarantee that you won't be disappointed during this sightseeing and tour. You'll return satisfied because the scenery here is unique. Chapter 993. It was such a beautiful scene that the people of the East Continent were almost blinded by it. In an instant, fire could be seen in their eyes. It seemed as if they couldn't wait to swallow Chu Yang alive. If looks could kill, then Chu Yang would have died 108,000 times already. Ga. The parrot let out a strange laugh and used Chu Yang's famous saying to mock the group. Come on, come and bite me to death. I like you guys like this. You can't wait to eat me, but you can't kill me. Waha! Smack! The parrot was hit on the head by Chu Yang. Little bastard, how can you do business like this? That's not anger, that's passion burning like fire. Chu Yang opened his arms and made a welcoming gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this humble one's manor for sightseeing and enjoying the scenery. I can see your passion, but please don't be anxious. This manor will be opened immediately. The second test, Dimensional Secret Realm, had now become Chu Yang's manor and back garden. Wild dog, you won't die if you don't seek death. You're simply digging your own grave. A person in the crowd sneered. When Chu Yang looked over, he was immediately delighted. Oh my, isn't this the familiar maggot? Zheng Fangdong, I promise to give you a discount later. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. I'll definitely come again next time. Old maggot? What the hell was that? Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and O Lujing thought for a while before they realized that the old maggot was actually an old acquaintance. In Chu Yang's eyes, the people of the East Continent were not people, but maggots. Wild dog, the more arrogant you are now, the more miserable your death will be. I've never seen someone as stupid as you to offend so many people at the same time and become the public enemy. Wasn't he already the public enemy? Chu Yang heard this and sneered in his heart. When he saw the person who spoke, he shouted in surprise, Oh, it's old maggot again. In Eunuch Sun's words, you no longer feel humiliated and crawled out of the crevice in the ground. You're such a good person, forgetful and forgetful. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to humiliate yourself. Gong Sun Liang's face twisted and became ferocious. Chu Yang focused on opening his bloody wounds. Wild dog, you are too presumptuous. This is not your doghouse in the eastern wilderness. This is the East Continent. Is the East Continent a place for you to behave atrociously? You better know your place and get out of the way. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Wild dog, do you know what it means to beg for death? The people from the East Continent were aggressive. Their words were either humiliating or threatening. Every one of them was extremely arrogant. They indeed had the capital to do so. If they were to gang up on him after the assessment, Chu Yang would be in a very bad situation. However, did Chu Yang care about this? If he was discriminated against and targeted by the East Continent, he would not be able to live a peaceful life in the Sky Academy. He was ready, so now he had to do something. At this time, Chu Yang sensed a great spiritual fluctuation in the array formation. About 70 to 80 spiritual consciousnesses tried to invade the array formation and tried to occupy the nodes of the array formation. But in the end, only 5 or 6 people successfully invaded the array formation and tried to snatch the nodes that Chu Yang occupied. These two-legged maggots, this is a premeditated rebellion. Huh? Chu Yang laughed and immediately launched his attacks. Soul Slash, Soul Devour, Soul Capture. The 3 profound meanings in the reincarnation gourd were displayed at the same time. In an instant, screams were heard. In addition, several spiritual marks appeared in Chu Yang's hands, which were obtained from detaining and devouring. Chapter 994. Today I picked up 2 cents on the roadside. Chu Yang began to hum, but he forgot the rest of the song. He held the spiritual imprint in his hand and shouted, A good person does a good deed and doesn't pocket the money he picked up. Owner, please claim the lost property. Remember to bring a silk banner, or people will know that I didn't pocket the money I picked up. In this world, good people need to be promoted. It was just a few spiritual imprints, but Chu Yang was almost playing with flowers. The people of the East Continent were angry and aggrieved. Hey, praise me, or I won't pocket the money I picked up next time. When he spoke again, not to mention the people of the East Continent, even Cui Xinho and the other 2 felt that he had gone too far. Alas, facing the murderous gazes of the people from the East Continent, Chu Yang sighed and said sadly, What's wrong with this world? Why are good people doing good deeds and returning the money they picked up? Why do people look at me with such disdain? It's like they're looking at a fool. I can't understand. After a pause, He was filled with righteous indignation. Buddha said that if I don't go to hell, who will? Therefore, in order to save the world, I've decided that from now on, I'll face the sea and be a fool. Therefore, my manor will be opened in advance. Little bitch is open for business. Howl! Finally, it was the parrot's turn to show off. It was so excited that it howled and said, "Everyone, the Lord's manor is so sacred that you can't bring in worldly things. Therefore, you need to hand over all your property to me for safekeeping before you can enter." The people of the East Continent instantly understood that Chu Yang was going to rob them of all their points and make them leave with nothing. Then, they would enter the second-dimensional secret realm for the assessment. This was simply crazy. In the history of the Sky Academy, such a thing had never happened. For a moment, the people of the East Continent were cursing, but no one dared to compromise because the other party was a wild dog. If they compromised, they would be stabbed in the back. The parrot began to teach them, "You two-legged maggots, the time you've wasted is enough for you to make up for your losses in the second secret realm. You can imagine what kind of scene it would be without competition and how bright the future would be." After a while, there was finally a commotion among the people of the East Continent. One of them laughed and said, "What the divine bird said is indeed from the bottom of his heart. I want to go sightseeing in the Lord's manor. I hope the divine bird can get rid of the vulgarity on me so that I won't dirty the Lord's manor." While they were speaking, a young man in his mid-20s walked over with an oily face. There was a lot of oil on his face, and his glib tongue made him look like a scoundrel. When he walked toward Chu Yang, the people of the East Continent cursed him angrily. "This is a disgrace to the East Continent. How can there be such a despicable person in the East Continent? How dare you kneel and lick the wild dog's boots? Aren't you afraid that your ancestors will be scolded? He's even more despicable than wild dog. He's a disgrace to all of us from the East Continent." However, that person was still grinning from ear to ear. He even turned around and smiled mockingly at the crowd. It was as if he was mocking them for being fools. "Amipa, the Lord gives you glory. The Lord gives you courage." While the parrot was encouraging him, Juin handed over his points and allowed him to enter the second secret realm. It'd take courage to do so. Therefore, Chu Yang was very concerned about that person. After all, it was only his first business. How could he not be concerned? Don't be shy. Don't feel burdened. The Lord will make you innocent and give you glory. The parrot continued to shout, "My mother said that I'm a student of the Sky Academy, but the one next door isn't. The one next door won't be able to hold his head up high. Are you all going to be the one who can't hold his head up high?" Suddenly, the smug parrot found that the eyes and attention of the crowd were not on it. It looked over and saw that the oily man had come back. Chapter 995. "Master!" the parrot screamed in panic. In an instant, the sound wave from its mouth seemed to be like a sharp sword. Chu Yang couldn't help but twitch his ears. "Little bitch, why are you panicking? Don't you know that 0.01 millimeters is also a safe distance?" Boom! The oily youth thought that he had succeeded. His face was full of complacency. A contemptuous sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Chu Yang's head. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound in the air. The oily young man didn't hold back and punched with all his strength. His fist rubbed against the air and formed an arc of light. Then, a scream was heard. The oily young man was about to smash Chu Yang's head. However, a thin array wall suddenly appeared behind Chu Yang's head. A sword tip emerged from the array wall and met the fist. The sword tip that emerged from the array wall seemed thin and fragile. However, when the fist hit the oily young man's arm, it was like a sword returning to its sheath. His entire arm was directly penetrated. His face was twisted in pain, and his body was convulsing. "Playing tricks in front of your ancestor. Naive." Chu Yang looked at him with disdain. Then, with a thought, countless hands appeared on the array wall and beat the oily young man until he couldn't take care of himself. Then, they stripped him naked and hung him up to dry. "Everyone, the game has officially begun." Chu Yang pointed at Gongsun Liang and said with an evil smile, strip Gongsun Liang naked and hang him up to dry. Then, he can enter the second secret realm unconditionally. At first, no one moved, but suddenly, a few people came out and ambushed Liang Sun Gong, beating him up. Then, they stripped him naked and hung him up to dry. After that, these people successfully entered the second secret realm and started the next round of tests. Next, it's Zheng Dong. Chu Yang smiled evilly again. Let me remind you that if you're fast, you'll get something. If you're slow, you won't get anything. Everyone, hurry up. Dongfang Zheng was terrified and shouted angrily, "Let's see who dares." Bang, bang, bang. What responded to him was countless fists. He was immediately drowned by the crowd, beaten until he was deformed. He was stripped naked and hung up to dry. Chu Yang quickly moved on to the next round. Everyone, there's not much time left. I'm sorry to inform you that I didn't remember many of the names of the people I dislike. This is the last round. As long as you are an array master, you will be rewarded. The crowd was in an uproar. Then, nearly 300 array masters were stripped naked and hung up to dry. The Sky Academy's assessment was originally cruel, so it was not strange for it to be like this. Moreover, the human heart had always been difficult to predict. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many things happening in this world. All right, everyone, the time for distributing benefits is now over. Chu Yang looked at the people of the East Continent with a smile and said, I will only collect a few 100,000 points. As for the specific number, it depends on my mood. Once the number is met, I will immediately cut off the formation. So, everyone pay attention. Let's begin. I'm willing to hand over my points. I'm willing. However, even more people did not make a sound. They directly rushed over, handed over their points, and entered the second dimensional secret realm. Suddenly, the crowd was in chaos and scrambled to be the first. If they could not enter the second assessment, they could forget about becoming a student of the Sky Academy. Soon, Parrot and Chui Xinho were so busy that they almost vomited blood. The people of the East Continent seemed to be in a hurry to be reincarnated. The scene was so picturesque that Chu Yang could not help but sing. This is our anniversary, commemorating that we started to be honest with our points. This is a beautiful anniversary, commemorating the first robbery in the East Continent. The scene was even more beautiful. Chui Xinho and the other two were the same. There was no doubt that they were all smiling. The people of the Eastern Wilderness had always been bullied and humiliated. They had never been as happy as they were today. They did not collect points from anyone they did not like, which made the people of the East Continent flatter and flatter them shamelessly. It was so satisfying. The people of the East Continent flattered them. In the past, the three of them did not even dare to think about it. Now they were numb to it. This is a beautiful anniversary. Chapter 996. This is our anniversary, commemorating the fact that we began to be honest with ourselves and were willing to give up our pride for the people we love. This is a beautiful anniversary, commemorating the fact that we can get to know each other again. Some things can only be seen through tears. Chu Yang sang loudly, and the lyrics returned to normal. He felt that he sang well. However, everyone who passed the test in the East Continent could not help but grit their teeth. They did give up their pride, but it was definitely not for the people they loved, the shame. They were indeed about to cry. The points that they worked so hard to earn were taken away, just like that, aggrieved. When all this happened in the first dimensional secret realm, the 5 elders of the Sky Academy, Ping Zimo, Tum Ming Yuan, Dong Zishir, Guan Jianmin, and Lu Yangxia, were paying attention to the points of the candidates after the first stage of the test. They only paid attention to the top 100. In the air, there was an illusory jade token that was the most eye-catching. After seeing it, Lu Yangxia could not help but nod. 13,000 points. This Wang Shuang is good. If he doesn't snatch from each secret realm, he can get 1,000 points at most. He should be very strong. He must have snatched at least 10 people. Ping Zimo said, I'm afraid it's far more than that. Not everyone can get 1,000 points in the test. 10,000 points. This Ding Xingye is also a good seedling. After the test, it won't be a problem for him to enter the inner yard. Li Junjie, 9,000 points. His strength is also extraordinary. It seems that these three should be the strongest in this test. The jade tokens of these three people were the most eye-catching. If I don't allow it, you can't. The elder Guan Jianmin suddenly said with a smile, "Look at this wild dog named Chu Yang. How many points has he got so far?" Liu Yangsha nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. This wild dog wants to learn from the dean. We have to pay attention to him no matter what." The five people immediately laughed. The elder Dong Zishur said, "I'm afraid that he has been killed long ago. His jade token is broken and we can't find it. If that's the case, then these children are too immature. They don't know how to leave some fun for us old fellows." Liu Yangxia had a smile on her face, but suddenly she couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "Hey, why did Wang Shuang's jade token suddenly dim? Could it be that he met someone stronger and was robbed?" The other four couldn't help but look over. They found that Wang Shuang's jade token had completely dimmed, and his points had fallen to 0. Ding Xingye's jade tablet has also dimmed. The five of them then noticed that Ding Xingye, who had obtained 10,000 points, had his jade token completely returned to 0, dimmed, and fell to the ground. After him, Li Junjie, who had obtained 9,000 points, had his jade tablet returned to 0. It also dimmed and fell down. It seems that we five old things are blind and spoke too early. Not bad. The seedlings in this assessment are not ordinary. Let's see which three people stole their points. The five of them smiled even more brightly. It was naturally a good thing that there were good seedlings. Soon, they found that among the many jade tokens, there were 4 jade tokens that were like 4 big suns in the sky. They were very dazzling, and their points kept soaring. Hiss! The five of them took a look and immediately couldn't help but gasp. Who is this Hao Dong? Why is he so amazing? It's just the first round, and he has obtained 50,000 points. This is simply unimaginable. That jade token is even more dazzling. As soon as they finished speaking, someone immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god, little bitch Shu has 80,000 points." The other two are also amazing. Chui Xinho has 60,000 points, and O Lujing has 50,000 points. Investigate. We must find these 4 people. These 4 are definitely supreme geniuses. Chapter 997. They continued reading. 60,000 points. Chui Xinho from the Eastern Wilderness. 50,000 points. Hao from the Eastern Wilderness. 50,000 points. Oh, Lajing from the Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness belongs to the Eastern Wilderness. How is this possible? How is this possible? The 5 of them were all stunned. This was simply a shocking anecdote. According to this reasoning, didn't it mean that the 4 people in the Eastern Wilderness had defeated a large number of people in the East Continent? But was this possible? There were more than 200,000 people in the East Continent. No matter how powerful the 4 people in the Eastern Wilderness were, how could they be a match for them? Just as they were in disbelief, the many jade plates in the air quickly dimmed. Then, in an instant, the jade plates fell like rain. After a while, there were only 4 jade plates in the air. They were as dazzling as 4 big suns. One of the jade plates lit up. It's rising faster. It's 100,000 points. This time, it must belong to the East Continent. The wild dog in the Eastern Wilderness must have used some despicable means. But as long as there's one person in the East Continent, they won't succeed. The 5 of them hurriedly checked the jade plates. However, when they suddenly looked at it, their swift movements immediately froze. Their eyes protruded, and their mouths were so wide open that they seemed to be able to swallow the entire Sky Academy in one bite. What did they see? Chu Yang, who threatened to abolish the Sky Academy and discriminate against the Eastern Wilderness, and who wanted to ask the dean of the Sky Academy for advice. Chu Yang, who said that if he didn't allow it, he couldn't do it. What the hell is going on? How could this be? Hurry up and check the situation in the dimensional secret realm. This may become a disgrace to the East Continent. This is simply going to make people laugh their heads off. If the wild dogs knew about this, that the 200,000 people in the East Continent were not even as good as 4 wild dogs. They would really despise us instead. Damn it. The 5 of them hurriedly took out a mirror and shone it at Chu Yang's jade plates. The scene of Chu Yang and the others in the dimensional secret realm immediately appeared in the mirror. They immediately flew into a rage. Bastard. He's cheating. How dare he? In the mirror, as soon as the 5 of them saw the beautiful scenery, their vision went dark. On the other hand, the people from the East Continent were like souls who were going to be judged by the King of Hell and then reincarnated. They were fighting to be the first to pass the checkpoint. Their heads hurt, and they felt dizzy. Many people from the East Continent felt so helpless and aggrieved that they almost died. The 5 of them turned pale, and their bodies trembled with anger, especially when they saw Chu Yang lying there leisurely and humming a song. They felt that he should be struck by lightning. The points that other people had painstakingly earned through fighting and killing were snatched away by him, just like that. Just thinking about it made the 5 of them feel pain in their liver, stomach, and even their internal organs. What was it about our anniversary? What was it about our beautiful anniversary? This made their blood pressure soar and blood almost spurt out of their heads. Humiliation, a great humiliation. This was a great humiliation to the East Continent and the Sky Academy. The dignified people of the East Continent, more than 200,000 people, were humiliated and manipulated by 4 wild dogs. If the news of this spread out, the backbones of these 200,000 people would be broken by thousands of people in the East Continent, and the Sky Academy would probably fall into a storm again and be scolded as the wild dogs did. Lu Yangxia's face was extremely ugly, as if he had just lost his bloodline. He gritted his teeth and said, "We can't let the wild dog succeed. Otherwise, the Sky Academy will definitely be scolded, and so will the 5 of us." Chapter 998. That's right. We can't let this wild dog get away with it. It's enough that it happened once. We must find a way to stop this arrogant wild dog. Before their voices died away, they saw Chu Yang smiling evilly at those who had not passed the test in the bright mirror. "Everyone, you are all people with integrity in the East Continent. I admire you. Therefore, in order to express my admiration for you, I'm officially informing you that the passage is closed." With a boom, Chu Yang destroyed the formation and cut off the connection between the 2-dimensional secret realms. Because of the change in the dimensional secret realm, the bright mirror shook violently and then cracked. They soon lost track of Chu Yang. Damn wild dog. How dare he do this? He destroyed the hope of so many people to enter the Sky Academy. They are all people with integrity in the East Continent. They are unwilling to submit to the wild dog. How can we disappoint them? We must punish this wild dog. However, when it came to punishing Chu Yang, the 5 people's faces suddenly darkened. Chu Yang did not violate the rules of the Sky Academy. How could they punish him? He stole the control of the formation. They could only say that the 5 of them were useless. The assessment of the Sky Academy was originally cruel. They only cared about the points and did not care about the process. They could use any means and even encourage killing. Stealing the control of the formation was nothing. If someone had the ability to steal the control of the formation, the Sky Academy would only admire and be surprised. Unfortunately, this person was not from the East Continent, but the wild dog. The 5 people could not be surprised. This wild dog did not violate the rules of the Academy. Are we going to let this wild dog do whatever he wants? Lu Yangxia growled unwillingly. Among the remaining 4 people, the one called Ping Zimo said, "It doesn't matter. There are 8 more tests. As long as we don't let this wild dog succeed in stealing the control of the formation in these 8 tests, he will be beaten to death." After that, Ping Zimo said with a sinister smile, "Wait, I must see how he will die. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to vent my anger." That's right, old Ping is right. The 5 of them immediately took out another mirror and observed Chu Yang and the others. At the same time, he paid close attention to Chu Yang's movements. Once he made a move, he would immediately activate the formation so that he wouldn't be able to succeed. However, To their dismay, Chu Yang took the parrot, Chui Xinho, and Meng had to find a place to chat and play. Chu Yang only made his move after the second stage, which was also the end of the second dimensional secret realms assessment. Chu Yang directly invaded the array formation. The 5 people activated the array formation, but found that they could not do anything to Chu Yang, let alone kick him out of the array formation. They could only watch helplessly as Chu Yang tied up his pockets again, casually manipulating the other examinees and humiliating the East Continent. How is this possible? This wild dog has already stolen the control of the array. When did he do it? We actually didn't notice it? How is that possible? Could it be that during the first stage, he had already thought of the next step and stole the nodes of the array in advance to gain control of the array formation? The 5 of them were shocked. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It was simply unbelievable. After the shock, Lu Yangxiao immediately said in a panic, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Check the nodes of the array formation of the 3rd and 4th dimensional secret realm. We can't let him succeed again." That's right. We still have a chance to salvage the situation. Ping Zimo, Guan Jianmin, and the others were immediately energized. As long as they could do it this time, Chu Yang would definitely be torn apart by Chu Yang's previous actions without the protection of the array formation. The 5 of them checked the nodes of the array formation again and again to make sure that there were no mistakes. They were waiting to see how Chu Yang and the others would be tortured to death. However, to their astonishment, when the 3rd stage of the assessment ended, Chu Yang gave them the middle finger across space and time to show his disdain. What made the 5 of them even more aggrieved was that Chu Yang didn't move at all and stayed in the 3rd dimensional secret realm. In this way, Chu Yang would be safe. When the assessment ended, he would have enough points to enter the Sky Academy. After all, Chu Yang and the others could only enter the Sky Chores Yard, and it only cost 10,000 points to enter the Chores Yard. At this moment, Chu Yang and the others didn't have 70,000 or 80,000 points. There was no way to stop Chu Yang and the others from entering the Sky Academy. Lu Yangxiao's face became even uglier, and he couldn't laugh anymore. This wild dog is really amazing, but the so-called "I don't allow it, so it can't" is really a joke. That's right. The old man named Guan Jianmin also sneered and said, "Although the wild dog entered the Sky Academy, I have an idea that will definitely make him retreat." After a pause, he sneered and said, "What do you think about sending this wild dog to the Chores Yard Lunatic Asylum?" Lunatic Asylum. Hearing this, the other 4 old men all applauded and exclaimed in admiration. This lunatic asylum was a place that made everyone in the Sky Academy pale. There was an old lunatic there who specialized in using people for research. Even he himself had gone crazy. I'm afraid that the wild dog doesn't know the power of a lunatic asylum, let alone the horror of the old lunatic. I don't know. If he goes in, he will either die or become a lunatic. In this way, we will still lose. He is a lunatic, but he is also a lunatic of the Sky Academy. Yes, we must let the wild dog know how powerful we are and voluntarily withdraw from the Sky Academy. In this way, what happened today will not become a joke and a shame. After the 5 finished their discussion, they waited for the assessment to end and directly sent Chu Yang and the others to the lunatic asylum. Thinking of his situation in the lunatic asylum, Lu Yangxia couldn't help laughing. What do you think? Send someone to tell the old lunatic that a new disciple will come in soon. I think he will be very happy. Don't do that. Even the dean doesn't dare to anger the old lunatic. If the wild dog knows the difficulty and retreats, where can we find the new disciples? Chapter 999. The Sky Academy's assessment was in full swing. Every student who participated in the assessment was striving for points and fighting with each other. Every once in a while, someone would die. The dimensional secret realm of the assessment was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was a world of jungle, a bloody and extremely dangerous world. The 5 elders in charge of the assessment were afraid that Chu Yang would make trouble again, so they always paid attention to his movements. But every time they saw him, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The students who participated in the assessment in the East Continent fought and killed each other like demonic beasts in order to earn points in the secret realm. However, Chu Yang and his companions just ate when they were hungry and slept when they were sleepy. When they were bored, they just looked at the mountains and rivers and played in the secret realm. They were so comfortable. When it was dark, Chu Yang and his companions even held a bonfire party in high spirits. They sang and danced and laughed happily. The 5 elders watched all this and were so angry that they almost had a stroke. But they could do nothing about it while gnashing their teeth. What angered them the most was that Chu Yang still didn't greet them across time and space. He asked them if they were hungry or tired. He also reminded them that they were old and shouldn't work so hard. Otherwise, they might die suddenly. There was no worst, only worse. There was no most arrogant, only more arrogant. There was no most irritating, only more irritating. The 5 elders were so angry that they were about to explode. They were roaring in their sleep, gnashing their teeth in anger. 5 days later, the assessment was coming to an end. During these 5 days, Chu Yang didn't do anything. The 5 elders in charge of the assessment gradually lost their vigilance against Chu Yang. They basically believed that Chu Yang was waiting for the assessment to end and then enter the chores yard of the Sky Academy. As for other things, they thought that Chu Yang didn't dare to do anything. After being targeted by them, without the help of the Dimensional Secret Realms formation, Chu Yang didn't dare to fight against more than 200,000 people in the East Continent, no matter how arrogant he was. That was simply courting death. But there were no more than 200,000 people left. At least 100,000 people were eliminated in the first stage of the assessment. Because Chu Yang had cut off the formation, the most courageous people in the East Continent were trapped in the first stage, completely losing the opportunity to participate in the next stage of the assessment. The 5 of them were not allowed to interfere in this. This was how the assessment of the Sky Academy was defined. As long as it was done by the examinees, they could not interfere or change it. Therefore, the 5 of them could only watch as the most courageous seedlings of the East Continent were all eliminated. As for the remaining 100,000 or so people, because there were fewer people than usual, the points they could obtain were also fewer. Therefore, in order to become an outer courtyard or even inner courtyard student, the slaughter between each other was even more intense, and the number of casualties was many times higher than before. All of this was caused by a wild dog. He had single-handedly changed all of this and started all of this. The test is finally over. Otherwise, if I were to continue watching like this, I would probably die from anger. Liu Yangxia let out a long sigh. Over the past 5 days, he had lost count of how many times he had been enraged by thunder. Now, he was completely exhausted. This wild dog. If I find a chance, I'll definitely cut him into pieces. Don't sulk. We have to keep our spirits up in the closing stage. This wild dog is really capable. We've lived for so long, and all our cultivation has been eaten by this wild dog. We're often angered to death by this wild dog. If this spreads out, we'll be laughed at. Chapter 1000. At this moment, Chu Yang made his move in the Dimensional Secret Realm. With a swoosh, he brought the parrot into the array. Then, the seemingly unimportant nodes of the array that he had occupied in advance were immediately activated, bursting out with boundless light. Chu Yang used these nodes to rapidly teleport through the Dimensional Secret Realm. From the 3rd Dimensional Secret Realm, he quickly entered the 4th, then the 5th, the 6th, and the 9th Dimensional Secret Realm. His movement immediately alerted Liu Yangxia, Ping Zimo, and the others. Damn it! What is this wild dog planning to do? We only paid attention to the connecting points of the Dimensional Secret Realms, but we didn't pay attention to the other nodes of the array. This wild dog is so calculating. The 5 of them instantly felt their scalps tingle. This was simply a strategy that could determine the outcome of the battle from 1,000 miles away. The wild dog had already calculated their moves and had completely fooled them. Such intelligence made them tremble with fear. Oh no, This wild dog is probably going to control the exit of the ninth secret realm to achieve his goal, which is to force all the candidates to enter the chores yard. Guan Jianmin, one of the 5 old men, suddenly came to his senses and cried out in alarm. However, by the time the 5 of them reacted, Chu Yang had already arrived at the position. Through the nodes of the array, he had completely controlled the exit. In an instant, the 5 old men felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies shook violently, and their faces turned pale. "Stop him! We must stop him! We can't let this wild dog succeed. This is a disgrace to the East Continent. We can't just watch it happen. Even if I have to risk my life, I can't let this wild dog succeed." The 5 of them quickly controlled the array and tried to snatch the array back. However, when their soul power entered the array through the core of the array and was about to snatch the nodes of the array, they screamed as if they had been cut by a sword. This wild dog is proficient in soul spells and is extremely powerful. Be careful. He can destroy our spiritual imprints. At this moment, Chu Yang was at the entrance of the 9th mystery realm, controlling the formation there. Then he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Astral projection. The space between his eyebrows lit up. Then, his soul power converged into his original form. Then, he threw it into the formation. Using the array formation of the mystic realm as his body, his soul entered the array formation. At Chu Yang's level of cultivation, it was easy for him to cast his soul out of his body. At this moment, he was carrying out his final plan, to break through the barrier of heaven and become a 6th grade array master. He wanted to use the participants from the East Continent to break through the barrier of heaven and become a level 6 array master. Destroying one's future was no different from killing one's parents. Now that Chu Yang had blocked the exit, the students of the Sky Academy in the East Continent would definitely go crazy and try to break the barrier. The only difficulty was actually how to manifest the heavenly barrier and let them attack it. Now, what Chu Yang was doing was the result of his deduction and everything that had been planned out. With the formation as his body and his soul in it, the heavenly barrier was naturally brought in and manifested in the formation. At this moment, the entire dimensional secret realm was like Chu Yang's body, and the exit was Chu Yang's spiritual world. The heavenly barrier would also appear there. Buzz! Chu Yang tried to break through the 6th grade array formation. Immediately, the heavenly barrier appeared and blocked the way. At the entrance of the 9th mystery realm, a thick but extremely transparent barrier appeared. Good! Chu Yang was deeply excited. Everything that the celestial demon martial soul had deduced was realized one by one. There was no mistake, so he was completely relieved. However, he found that the heavenly barrier was very different from what he had felt before. The heavenly barrier that Chu Yang had felt in his own body was definitely not as thick as this. It was also impossible for it to be so firm. Chapter 1001. The magic array is the body. The massive magic array is countless times larger compared to the fleshly body. Although there is no change in my mental power and comprehension of the world, the heavenly barrier has undergone a great change. That is especially so when the heavenly barrier appears in the real world. How could there not be any changes? Chu Yang understood after thinking for a while. He was now a little worried whether these people from the East Continent could break the barrier of heaven. No, they're guilty. None of them want to pass the test and enter the Sky Academy. Chu Yang felt that this was not enough to stimulate the people from the East Continent, so he immediately showed 6 big words on the barrier of heaven. I won't allow it, so you can't. When Liu Yangxia, Ping Zimo, and Guan Jianmin saw the 6 words, they blacked out and fell to the ground directly. This kind of thing really happened. They had been guarding against it all along, but the wild dog still succeeded. However, the 5 of them were at a loss of what to do now. After Chu Yang's soul had entered the matrix, they simply couldn't snatch it back. Only the person who had arranged the matrix, or someone who was proficient in matrix, would be able to do so. But how could it be possible? Even if there were people who were proficient in it, They were not in charge of the test this time, so they absolutely could not intervene. If they did, they would break the rules of the Sky Academy. Even if they succeeded, it would be meaningless, and they would be severely punished by the Academy. Soon after, many students who were going to take the test appeared at the entrance with smiles on their faces. They were looking forward to entering the Sky Academy. However, when they saw the heavenly barrier and the 6 words, the smiles on their faces froze in an instant. "Wild dog, how dare you? Wild dog, I'll kill you. Damn wild dog, how dare you do this? I promise you will die a horrible death." The people from the East Continent were all furious. Many of them cursed and swore fiercely. "Ha!" Chu Yang's evil laughter resounded through the entire dimensional secret realm. His wicked smile appeared on the barrier of heaven. "Are you angry? Come on, slap my face." In the void, the spiritual chi turned into a huge finger and pointed at Chu Yang's face on the barrier of heaven. This action was extremely sarcastic and provocative. However, Chu Yang was even angrier. Every living person in the East Continent would call him a wild dog whenever they saw him. His mood was not good at all. "Wild dog, you're digging your own grave. What you've done has angered everyone. Have you thought about the consequences? Can you imagine how terrifying it is to have 100,000 people enraged?" Threats were issued one after another, each of their faces terrifying. Chu Yang was nonchalant. There was no difference. If he didn't retort, he wouldn't retort. If he didn't retort, he would be retort. This was the situation that the people of the Eastern Wilderness faced in the East Continent. "If I don't allow it, then it can't." Chu Yang laughed. "Two-legged maggot, it's time to witness a miracle." Ga. A burst of strange laughter could be heard as the parrot appeared in front of the heavenly barrier. "Umitba," the Lord said, "if I don't enter heaven, who will?" The Lord also said that all of you are inferior to hell. Who will enter hell? Wahaha! Ha! Chui Shinho, Hao Haodong, and O Lijing also laughed heartily. Hao Haodong pointed at the people of the East Continent. "What are you threatening us for? We won't do it today, but can't you let us go? I clearly remember that a year ago, a good friend of mine begged for mercy, but you maggots were indifferent. You cut off his head like you're killing a dog." He roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot. "Maggots, you can feel sullen and angry." Ha! Hao Haodong laughed loudly. "This is great, this is great. I, Hao Haodong, am willing to die right now to humiliate these maggots like this." Ha! Chui Shinho and O Lijing also looked like Hao Haodong. They suppressed the arrogance of the people of the East Continent. Chapter 1002. Since you know your pigs and dogs, how dare you be so presumptuous? You don't deserve to set foot in the East Continent. After hearing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel hatred in his heart. However, he laughed and said, "Maggot, stand out, and I promise I won't kill you. Why would I be afraid of a mere wild dog?" An extremely handsome young man with jade-like features walked out from the crowd. He pointed at Chu Yang, who was on the barrier, and said, "Wild dog, I, Li Zhantian, am here. What can you do? So what if you're gnashing your teeth in hatred? Can you kill me?" He. Chu Yang laughed and then said loudly, "Maggots, listen up. If you kill this Li Zhantian, I'll let you enter the chores yard of the Sky Academy. The quota is limited. Don't miss it." Hearing this, Li Zhantian trembled and immediately thought of the beautiful scenery. He didn't want to be a part of the beautiful scenery. He was terrified and looked around vigilantly like a mouse. His cowering appearance was very funny. "Li Zhantian, don't panic. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll twist off his head first." Buzz. With a light sound, a short man appeared. He could almost be called a dwarf, but when he revealed his aura, the surroundings immediately seemed to freeze. When the people of the East Continent saw this short person, they couldn't help but be shocked. A murderous dwarf. The short person had already made a name for himself in the assessment. His methods were extremely cruel and ferocious, which made people shudder. "Dwarf, your height can't match your tone. No wonder you're so ugly." Chu Yang directly attacked him. This dwarf made him so angry that he completely ruined the plan he took out from the brocade bag. Wild dog, you're courting death. Boom! The short young man was instantly furious. His murderous aura surged like a tide. The majesty of the soul amalgamation realm was like the might of the heavens. It made everyone so frightened that no one was within 10 feet of him. Being short was his life's pain. Those who dared to say that he was short were all dead. I'm so scared, Chu Yang said sarcastically. Little shorty, come on, come and kill me. Quack, quack. The parrot also joined in. Shorty, come and kill this divine bird. Chui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Olajing all laughed heartily. Wild dog, you're courting death. Bang! The short man furiously attacked, and with a bang, the dust under his feet flew into the air. His small body was like an erupting volcano, and his spirit chi gushed out like magma. He threw a punch at the barrier in the sky. However, he was fiercely bounced back. As for the barrier in the sky, it did not move in the slightest. Attack! All of you attack. I don't believe that we can't destroy a mere barrier with so many of us. The short one was completely enraged and ordered the people of the East Continent to attack. At this time, Li Zhantian roared, Everyone think about it. Why do we risk our lives in the secret territory? Think about it again. When we were killing each other and blood flowed like a river, what were these wild dog doing? They were laughing at us from the side. Bang! With just one sentence, the people of the East Continent were instantly enraged. Chuyang had gained points too easily, but they had shed blood and sweat, risked their lives, and experienced many dangers. 4 or 5 days and 5 nights, they had been tense all the time. They had killed a bloody path to reach this place. They had stepped on many corpses and many vengeful souls to reach this place. Their hands were stained with blood. Even so, in the end, they were still being manipulated by the wild dog. They felt that they were simply slaves in the wild dog's hands. The wild dog looked down on them from above, and they were like gladiators in the arena, fighting for the wild dog. Chapter 1003. Humiliation, Great Humiliation, Unprecedented Humiliation. The people of the East Continent were all furious and filled with murderous intent. The two-legged maggots are angry. Chu Yang was overjoyed when he saw this. At the same time, he did not forget to fan the flames. He said to Xiao Guai, The maggots are attacking. Xiao Guai, go and get some insecticide. You can pretend to be repelling the maggots. Why is it me again? What kind of bullshit insecticide is this? The parrot was depressed. It did not want to work. As a bird, it did not need to kill the maggots. The maggots ran away when they saw it. However, it had no choice but to take Chui Xinho and the other two with it. Didn't you hear me? The maggots are attacking. It's time to pretend to be repelling the maggots. The parrot and the other two quickly pretended to be repelling the maggots. This kind of mockery could not be tolerated. Absolutely not. Boom! The people of the East Continent were furious, as if they could burn through the sky. Kill! The short young man was the first to move, followed by Li Zhantian. Behind them, nearly 100,000 people also moved. It was like an army of 100,000 attacking a city. The scene was extremely spectacular. Bang! 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 In an instant, countless bombardments landed on the heavenly barrier. Sound of explosions rang out continuously. At this moment, the heavenly barrier started to soften from the bombardments. Ripples started to appear on the surface of the heavenly barrier. There were even many places that had caved in. However, it was still not broken. Hiss! Chu Yang secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too ridiculous. There were so many people, and they were bombarding it continuously. Yet, they couldn't break the heavenly barrier. Please, you have to work harder. Chu Yang was about to pray. If they could not break it, he could not do anything. Although the heavenly barrier was extremely strong because of the array, it also showed that it was extremely difficult to break the heavenly barrier and become a 6th-level array master. Hey, what a wonderful performance. Chu Yang was really afraid that they would lose their minds, so he immediately said sarcastically, Then, He glared at the parrot and shouted, "Xiao Guai, where's your poisonous tongue?" "Why me again?" The parrot was not in a good mood. "Hey, you maggots, can't you let this divine bird turn on its viewing mode properly? You actually made this divine bird worry about your disappointment and despair. Is this divine bird your father or mother? You actually made this divine bird worry so much." The people of the East Continent gritted their teeth, which made it curse. "What are you looking at? What are you staring at? You're so fierce." The people of the East Continent were even angrier, but the parrot was even angrier. "Do you think you're in the right? You actually want this divine bird to work for you? Let me tell you, this divine bird has been unhappy with you for a long time. I've never seen such lowly people like you. You're being scolded and humiliated like that, yet you don't even take the initiative to get angry. Io, divine bird, this is really an eye-opener for me. How could there be such lowly people like you in this world? You've really refreshed my understanding." After that, the parrot immediately activated the three-character classic. Hashtag yin% yin hashtag yin. It cursed the heavens, cursed the earth, and cursed the 18 generations of ancestors of everyone present. The people of the East Continent were extremely furious, and smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. They could not wait to break the heavenly barrier and kill this lowly bird. They frantically bombarded the heavenly barrier, but in the end, they could not break it. Chu Yang was even more worried, and he ordered the parrot again. "Lowly, what's wrong with you? You're so bad at cursing people." The parrot's throat was smoking from cursing just now, and because of this result, it immediately started cursing again. "I say, are you going to let this bird live or not? This bird, I beg you, hurry up and break the heavenly barrier. This bird's throat is already smoking, and I really can't scold you incorrigible people. The East Continent has really disappointed this divine bird. No matter how many people there are, they're all trash and good-for-nothings. Their faces are as thick as the city walls. Needles are crooked, swords are bent, spears are stabbed, and spears are broken. How do you expect this divine bird to save you?" The parrot wailed in despair, as if it was going to be angered to death by the people of the East Continent. It was really irritating. The people of the East Continent were so angry that they almost exploded. However, they seemed to be just angry, and no one else noticed anything, which made Chu Yang finally feel relieved. Fortunately, there are not many smart people in the East Continent. However, on second thought, he realized that it was not right. Even if there were smart people, they would not make a sound now. Otherwise, if they could not break the heavenly barrier, they would lose the opportunity to enter the Sky Academy. Chapter 1004. After a while, the people from the East Continent finally came out to organize themselves. They were divided into several echelons. One group was responsible for bombarding the heavenly barrier. Another group was in charge of preparing, and another group was in charge of regulating their breathing. After a while, the heavenly barrier finally cracked at the spot where the heavenly barrier was being bombarded. When the people from the East Continent heard this, their spirits were lifted and they began to attack even harder. When Chu Yang heard this, it was as if he had heard heavenly music. Great! He looked at the crack in the heavenly barrier and thought to himself, soon, put in more effort. Just a little more and you'll be able to break it. With the formation as the body, the heavenly barrier appeared in the world. The heavenly barrier was so strong that it was beyond Chu Yang's imagination. Crack, crack. More and more cracks appeared on the heavenly barrier. At this moment, the people from the East Continent went crazy when they saw that they were about to succeed. Break the heavenly barrier and slaughter those wild dog. We must kill those wild dog. Only the blood of the wild dog can wash away our humiliation. There was a loud rumble, and in the midst of their furious roars, the heavenly barrier was completely destroyed. It was instantly blasted open, and the road ahead was suddenly opened up. Kill! In the midst of the battle cries, Chu Yang felt as if he had jumped out of the world and out of the 5 elements. He felt as if he had been rescued from a sealed prison cell. He felt freedom in an instant. An incomparable joy filled his heart. At the same time, he felt as if he had just entered the East Continent from the Eastern Wilderness. He immediately felt the power of this new realm. In an instant, Chu Yang felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in this vast world. A great sense of awe rose in his heart. Is this the power of a sixth-grade formation master? Chu Yang carefully sensed everything. At this moment, he did not feel as if he was at the top of the mountain, looking down at the small world below, nor did he see the entire vast world. He was like a fish that had finally found the ocean after many hardships, but the next moment, he was shocked by the vastness of the ocean. He also sensed the danger in the ocean. The huge fish in the ocean, the swimming sea serpents, and the hunters lurking in the dark made him, a fish that had just entered the ocean, feel that the ocean was extremely strange, and at the same time, he also felt many incomparable dangers. The dangerous aura, I feel, should be those experts from the Sky Academy. Chu Yang didn't dare to pry. It was very rash, and if he accidentally angered these experts, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The breakthrough of the formation, this time, was completely different from the previous ones. When he was in the Eastern Wilderness, Chu Yang felt that the entire world was his, and the entire world was his array. However, everything was different in the East Continent. The Eastern Wilderness can't compare to the East Continent. Chu Yang had to admit this. The people of the East Continent did have their reasons to be proud, but as humans, they had gone too far. The moment Chu Yang felt the rules of heaven and earth, the parrot, Cui Xinho, and the other two had already retreated to the second barrier, which was the barrier formed by the array of the dimensional secret realm. There were also 6 big words on it. I won't allow it, so you can't. The people of the East Continent were all blocked here. Maggots, thank you for breaking the barrier of heaven for me and allowing me to enter the ranks of the 5th-level array masters. I, a noble person, express my sincere gratitude and most loyal condolences to you. Maggots, you've worked hard. What? He helped the wild dog break the barrier of heaven and help him enter the 5th-level array master realm. The people of the East Continent were stunned. How is this possible? Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Chu Yang was very evil. He was a 6th-level array master, but he said that he was a 5th-level array master. On the other side, the 5 old men in charge of the assessment saw everything. They were very excited just now, but when they heard this, they were completely petrified. At this moment, time seemed to have completely stopped. The people of the East Continent didn't believe it and crazily bombarded the barrier. But this time, no matter how they bombarded, the barrier didn't move at all. The array in the dimensional secret realm was so vast that no matter how many people there were, they couldn't shake it. It was not something that could be broken by many people. For example, no matter how many worms there were, they couldn't bite through a thick steel plate. The assessment was over, and the fighting and killing were temporarily suspended. In the end, only those with less than 10,000 points could pass the barrier and walk out of the dimensional secret realm. I won't allow it, so you can't. This time, all the people who participated in the assessment were handyman students, no exception. Chu Yang's goal was achieved. Chu Yang, Cheap Chu, Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, Lejing, come with us. Chu Yang and the others became handyman students of the Sky Academy and were taken to the lunatic asylum by Lu Yangxia. Chu Yang knew very well that it was time for them to be embarrassed. Chapter 1005. Ping Zimo, Tom Mingyuan, Dong Zishir, and Guan Jianmen were the 5 elders in charge of this test. They were not in a good mood. Even though there were no clouds in the sky at this moment, as if it had been washed clean, it was extremely clean, as if there was not a speck of dust on it. However, the 5 of them still had dark clouds on their faces. At this time, their faces seemed to be rumbling with anger. They did not hide their disgust for Chu Yang, the parrot, Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Lejing. Chu Yang only felt that these 5 old maggots were looking at him, as if they were looking at a strong mad dog. They couldn't wait to lock him up in a dog cage so that he wouldn't bite people. They were even thinking about whether to stew or fry this mad dog after killing it. His mood was extremely bad in an instant. Damn you 5 old maggots. You'll only be satisfied when I'm killed by you, right? Both sides hated each other and did not say anything. The atmosphere was very oppressive and silent. If it were not for the rules of the Sky Academy, Chu Yang would have been killed by the 5 old men. In the silent depression, the group kept moving forward. At first, there were people on the road pointing at Chu Yang and the others, saying that they were wild dog. But as they went on, it became quieter and quieter. There were fewer people, as if they had entered a no-man's land, a dead zone. The parrot's eyes became more and more slanted. How could it not see that the 5 old maggots were going to kill them? If it were not for the fact that it was not strong enough to defeat the old maggots, it would not have held back and used the 3-character classic. Chu Yang's mood became worse and worse, but the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. After a while, the 5 maggots in front of them finally stopped. Chu Yang and the others looked ahead and saw a ruin. All the buildings there had collapsed, and the ground was full of scars. Cracks could be seen everywhere, and deep pits were scattered all over the place. What was most incredible was that there was a deep pit. It was so dark and bottomless that it seemed to be the 9 serenities held below it. At the very center of the ruins, there was only an ancient and weathered small courtyard. It was located at the center like the last refuge in a doomsday world. The surroundings were deathly silent. There wasn't a single sound. He couldn't sense any insects, nor could he see any living creatures. There wasn't even any vegetation. It was as if everything was dead. The spirit chi here was violent and chaotic. Compared to other places, this place seemed to be a concentration camp, a huge prison. The spirit chi here was imprisoning the most vicious criminals and evildoers in the world. Chu Yang's sharp divine senses even sensed a chaotic, divided, and extremely deranged aura. His expression became more and more unsightly. This was definitely not a good place. The 5 old men noticed the change in Chu Yang's expression. Among them, Lu Yangxia laughed. Do you feel a sense of madness? I can tell you clearly that this is a madhouse. As he spoke, he pointed at the small courtyard in the center of the ruins. There's only one person living there. It's an old lunatic. From now on, he'll be the one to discipline you. The other 4 old men, Tom Mingyuan, Ping Zimo, Guan Jianmin, and Dong Zisher, couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for their status, they would have laughed out loud. Exhilarating. It was simply too exhilarating. The wild dog was finally going to be defeated. It finally knew fear. Such malice was perhaps the greatest malice Chu Yang had ever felt. Damn old maggots, they all deserve to die. Chapter 1006. Lu Yangxia sneered in his heart. Let's see how long a mad dog like you can last. Listen carefully. This place was originally called the Shangshan Yard. It was the residence of immortal Shangshan and his wife. In order to fight against the extraterrestrial demons, immortal Shangshan and his wife, as well as their 3 children, experienced an extremely tragic battle. In the end, except for immortal Shangshan, everyone else died. Outer space demons. Chu Yang's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Could it be that this is a sealed place? The so-called outer space demons were mentioned by the 6th great uncle of the barren village when he told Chu Yang the general situation of the eastern continent. The outer space demons were actually people from another world. The world Chu Yang was in was called the heavenly spirit world. There was another world connected to the heavenly spirit world called the myriad gods world. The so-called extraterrestrial demons were people from the gods world. As long as they appeared in the heavenly spirit world, they would be repelled by the heavenly spirit world. Demonic chi would surge around them, making them look like demons. Hence, they were called extraterrestrial demons. The 6 great academies of the Eastern Continent, the Sky Academy, the Star Academy, the Heavenly Demon Academy, the Myriad Elephant Academy, the Heavenly Knight Academy, and the Heavenly Sword Academy, existed to suppress the passageways between the myriad gods world and the heavenly spirit world. Thus, the 6 great academies of the Eastern Continent often had wars between the 2 worlds. Fortunately, The 6 passageways weren't very strong and couldn't allow peerless characters to pass through. Thus, the 6 great academies were able to suppress them. The more Chu Yang thought about it, the angrier he became. The 5 old maggots had arranged for them to be here. If the passageway seal was broken and the people from the myriad gods' world came, they would be the first to suffer. You're right. This place is indeed a sealed place. In the past, a space-time passageway suddenly appeared here and caught us off guard. Thus, the Shangshan spiritual master and his family met with this calamity. Liu Yangxia paused here, waiting for Chu Yang's and the other wild dog's reaction. Anger or fear? The other 4 old men, Tom Mingyuan and the others, understood Liu Yangxia's meaning. They smiled and waited for Chu Yang's reaction. The parrot didn't live up to expectations. It was so angry that it was almost smoking and its eyes could kill. Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and O Lijing's complexion were also extremely unsightly. Just like the haze of the 5 old men, it was as if they were about to explode with thunder. Their gloomy expressions made the gloominess on the faces of Liu Yangxia and the other 4 completely disappear. 5 old and disrespectful maggots, don't let me get the chance. If I don't kill you then, my name is Yang Chu. Chu Yang was flustered and exasperated, but the angrier he became, the more he laughed, the happier he became. 5 seniors, I, Chu Yang, am able to guard the space-time channel. That means you acknowledge my ability. I will definitely sacrifice myself to repay you. Whether the seal lives or dies, I vow to live or die with the seal. Interesting. Liu Yangxia and the others looked at each other and then couldn't help but laugh. This wild dog was actually threatening them. If it was provoked, it would jump over the wall and break the seal. They just wanted to break the seal, but wild dog, do you have such a chance? You have to survive first, or at least not go crazy. The 5 of them almost couldn't help but laugh. As for whether this would make them seem tasteless, they didn't care because Chu Yang was from the eastern wilderness. If they humiliated someone from the eastern wilderness, who in the East Continent would criticize them? Liu Yangxia couldn't hold back the smile on his face any longer. All the wrinkles on his face were exposed. Chu Yang, your spirit is exactly what the Academy needs. If everyone is like you, then there's no need to worry about the seal suppressing them. Chapter 1007. Chu Yang knew that the Real show was coming. The reason why the old maggots talked so painfully was to frighten Chu Yang and make them back out of the Sky Academy. Otherwise, why would these shameless old maggots say such nonsense to them? Because immortal Shangshan went crazy. There are 4 outcomes for those who enter the lunatic asylum. Liu Yangxia extended 4 fingers and said slowly, full of interest. First, it's like being dismembered by 5 horses, directly torn into 7 or 8 pieces. As for the specific process, I heard it's very cruel. The parrot seemed to be trembling, which made Liu Yangxia even more excited. However, the old man, named Ta Mingyuan, interrupted. Let me tell you the second outcome. Ta Mingyuan looked at Chu Yang with a smile and said, the second outcome is that your soul will be torn into countless pieces and then completely disordered. You will become a lunatic and eat shit as if it's delicious. Such things have happened in the Academy. As an old man, as an elder, Chu Yang had lived for a long time to hear such words. However, he also knew that these 5 old maggots didn't treat them as juniors at all. They didn't even treat them as humans, but as dogs. Therefore, they didn't hide their ugliness at all. Let me tell you the third outcome. The old man named Ping Zimo also intervened and played tricks on Chu Yang and the others. The third outcome is that if your soul power is not strong enough, once your soul is torn and can't bear it, you will become a living dead and then be dismembered. However, it doesn't matter if you are dismembered. You can no longer feel pain. At most, it's like whipping your corpse. Since someone has told you the first 3 outcomes, I will tell you the 4th one. Otherwise, you will be in a lunatic asylum because there are not enough people to remind you. The moment the old man called Dongzi sure opened his mouth, the 5 old men's faces all broke out into a wide smile. Fourth, you can say that you are lucky, but you can also say that you are not lucky. Fortunately, you won't die immediately. You'll only have a part of your body or a part of your soul dismembered. You'll become a cripple or an idiot. It's fine if you're an idiot, but if you're a cripple, I suggest you commit suicide. Since you're going to die anyway, why do you have to beg for death? Vile, vile to the extreme. Despicable, despicable to the extreme. These 5 old fogies who were about to enter the grave actually disregarded their status and used unscrupulous means to threaten 5 juniors. This was simply laughable. Liu Yangxia and the other 4 all stopped talking as they coldly stared at Chu Yang, waiting for Chu Yang's anger and curses. However, the development of the situation was completely out of their expectations. Chu Yang was so angry that he laughed. He laughed very brightly. Even if he had to die, he would not let these 5 disrespectful old men have their way. Many thanks to the 5 seniors for your guidance. Although we are lowly, we will definitely fight to the death. For the happiness of the people of the East Continent, we have to choose to fight without hesitation. Therefore, I have decided to join the mental hospital. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of Liu Yangxia and the other 4 froze. The deep wrinkles on their faces were clearly displayed, as if a dam had been built in an instant. Amitabha, Chu Yang became merciful. Buddha said, "If I enter hell, who will enter hell?" The world fell silent. The wind that blew from afar actually whistled at this moment. The small wind seemed to have turned into a tornado. Say that again. Liu Yangxia and the other 4 couldn't believe it. They thought that they had misheard. Knowing that they would die, they still wanted to go. This was really unexpected. Whether it was because of Chu Yang's anger or other reasons, this was definitely not what they wanted to see. Chu Yang said with a smile, "I was going to retreat in the face of difficulties, but I really can't stand your faces." Chapter 1008. I really can't bear to see your faces. Suddenly, Liu Yangxia and the other 4 realized what they had done wrong. Liu Yangxia forced a smile, but his face seemed paralyzed. His smile was stiff and forced. He tried his best to be gentle and said, "Since you've thought it through, why are you still angry? After all, your life is yours." However, he realized that Chu Yang was no longer listening to him. He took big steps and walked towards the courtyard. Cui Xinho and the other 2 also coldly snorted and followed behind Chu Yang. Their footsteps were incomparably firm and didn't have the slightest trace of wavering. How could they submit to these 5 scums? They would rather die than do that. Chu Yang's attitude was their attitude. So what if they died? But no matter what, they had to die with some pride and backbone. Looking at the back of Chu Yang's group disappearing, Liu Yangxia and the other 4's faces were covered with a layer of frost. They had gone too far. Chu Yang's mind was sharp. How could he not know their intentions? But what they did was too ugly. It had far exceeded the limits of Chu Yang's tolerance. Most smart people were proud, especially people like Chu Yang. They had dignity. How could they allow others to humiliate them? In fact, there was no need to force such a person. As long as you gave a little bit of advice, the other party would completely understand, and your plan would generally be able to succeed. Because they knew the pros and cons plus, it was just a little bit of humiliation. As long as it did not touch their bottom line of dignity, they would be able to tolerate it. When the 5 of them understood this, they felt even worse. They could not smile anymore. They realized that they were as stupid as pigs and dogs. They were even worse than pigs and dogs. From Chu Yang's firm footsteps, they could feel Chu Yang's determination. "Maybe I will die, but I will make you unhappy. Sorry, I am so stubborn and proud. I just want to make you unhappy. Are we going to fight to the death with these wild dog?" At this moment, Ping Zimo was still a little stunned, as if he couldn't accept this result. They actually didn't succeed. When Chu Yang and the others entered the mental hospital, they completely became students of the Sky Academy. In this way, they couldn't control Chu Yang at all, let alone take back 10% of their territory. They couldn't prove to the people of the East Continent that Wild Dog had succeeded for a while, which could only be a joke. If news of Chu Yang and the others dying in the mental hospital spread, it would only show the incompetence of the East Continent. It was ridiculous that they had to resort to a madman to get rid of a few wild dog. With such a death, Chu Yang and the others could still be proud and could still mock everyone in the East Continent. Liu Yangxia and the others realized that they had been completely defeated. They would become a laughingstock. They might even become the sinners of the East Continent and be attacked by the people of the East Continent. Perhaps this wild dog is just angry for a moment. Later, he will know the horror and immediately retreat. They waited with faint hope and didn't leave immediately. On the other side, the parrot on Chu Yang's shoulder said, "Master, it's almost time. Quickly turn back and admit defeat, or you will lose your life. Also, it's too shameful to be killed by a madman. It's extremely damaging to your wisdom." Chu Yang turned his head and said, "Little bitch, can you not be so bitch? Can you be shameless?" The parrot said shamelessly, "Master, I am a bitch. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it." Chu Yang looked at Cui Xinho and the others and asked, "What about you? What's your choice?" "I'd rather die than surrender." Cui Xinho's voice was resolute and decisive. "So what if I die? Death is never a big deal, as long as I die a worthy death. I choose this way to die." Instead of being humiliated to death like a pig or a dog, I can die in peace. Chapter 1009. Little bitch, did you hear that? Chu Yang never hesitated. He looked at the little bitch and said, "You can turn back now." "Abba." The parrot was angry. "Master, you wicked thing. Why do you look down on birds? I also have pride and self-respect. I #yin %yin%. Then, it activated the 3-character classic. "Ha!" Chu Yang smiled evilly. "Little bitch, I thought you would quit being a bird and go back to being a dog. If that's the case, I'll wait for that person from the East Continent to fall in love with you over and over again. He'll love you so much that you want to die. Wicked master, if you dare to discriminate against birds and ignore my pride and self-respect again, I'll kill you." The parrot was irritated. It found that its master was too insidious. It was too dangerous outside. Why couldn't he ward a little earlier? It almost left the big group and went back to being a dog. The mental hospital was indeed dangerous, but because of the discrimination of the entire East Continent against the East Wilderness, it was not dangerous in the East Continent. Based on what Chu Yang had done in the assessment, he was sure that once he stepped out of the Sky Academy, he would die without a complete corpse. At this moment, there were many people waiting for him outside. If he was kicked out by the Sky Academy, the result would be obvious. Fortune and misfortune depended on each other. The mental hospital was dangerous, but it was also safe. At least those people from the East Continent would not dare to set foot here easily. Anyway, Chu Yang would rather face a lunatic than the ugliest wolf and the ugliest person. In his opinion, the lunatic was much more lovable than them. Of course, he was also nervous. The uncertainty of a lunatic was too great. Chu Yang took the lead and carefully entered the courtyard. He found that there was no sign of damage. It was clean and tidy, without a trace of dust. It seemed that there was a very hard-working woman in the mental hospital. This is a mental hospital? This is a place where a lunatic lives? The parrot's eyes popped out. "Bird, I'm not well-educated. Don't lie to me." Cui Xinho and the other two were also a little surprised. When they stepped into the courtyard, they felt as though they had returned home. They even saw their hard-working mother taking care of their own courtyard. Is this really a madhouse? Chu Yang was also a little confused. If this was a place where a madman lived, then Chu Yang was even worse than a madman. If he lived alone, even if it wasn't a doghouse, it definitely wouldn't be so clean and tidy. Everything looked brand new. "Waha!" The parrot laughed heartily. "Those 5 old maggots are trying to scam us. They're too naive." Cui Xinho and the other 2 laughed at this moment. If it was a lunatic living inside, then this lunatic would definitely be extremely adorable. "Ame, you're finally back?" Suddenly, A pleasantly surprised voice came from inside the house. Then, Chuyang felt something flash in front of his eyes. In an instant, he saw a beggar. Yes, it was a beggar. Calling him a beggar was already a very polite description. The person who appeared looked as if he had just been fished out of a cesspool. His whole body was as black as ink, his hair was disheveled, and his face was dark. Only his eyes were bright, and at this moment, they were blooming with an extremely joyful light. His whole body was emitting a foul smell, and there were maggots crawling on his body. Not maggots. Suddenly, Chu Yang's pupil shrank. The maggots crawling on the beggar's body seemed to be maggots, but he faintly felt a great danger from them. Chapter 10:10. Senior, we're new students of the Sky Academy. We're here to report. Chu Yang saluted respectfully. Just as he was about to speak, the man suddenly patted his head and laughed. Ming Ming, don't laugh at me. I just miss your mother too much. Good girl, come here and give me a hug. In an instant, the whole world froze, and time seemed to have stopped. Chu Yang pointed at himself with a confused look. My daughter? Me? He was truly a loss for words. After going through a reincarnation cycle in the Eastern Wastelands and returning to his original size from a little brat, he admitted that he was much more delicate and handsome than his original self. It could even be said that he was beautiful. However, it was not to the extent that he would become a woman. He had an Adam's apple, and he had the distinctive characteristics of a man. He was a man of iron and blood, a real man. The parrot was also stunned, but its expression was extremely interesting. Cui Xinho and the other two were also confused. Then they saw the man, who looked like he had just been fished out of a cesspool, pick up Chu Yang and spin him around happily. Then he said, Ming Ming, when did you become so heavy? I can't carry you anymore. Ha! Quack! Ha ha! The parrot couldn't help laughing, bursting into laughter. It laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of its eyes. Even the wicked man has such a day. In fact, Cui Xinho and the other two also wanted to laugh, but out of respect for Chu Yang, they held back, but they still couldn't help smiling. What are you laughing at? I can't carry my own daughter. Ha! Ha ha! The parrot laughed even harder. How dare you laugh? The man was furious. He threw Chu Yang to the ground and pointed at the parrot angrily. My daughter is grown up. Can't I carry her? Is it shameless to carry her? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. I don't care, but my daughter is too shameless. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll regret it. The pitch-black hand opened towards the parrot. It seemed as if it had turned into a black hole. It erupted with a tremendous suction force. The parrot couldn't resist it and was directly sucked in. Then, the man grabbed the parrot's wings with both of his hands and tried to tear the parrot in half. This old man is not a bloodthirsty person. Today, I'll give you a little punishment. I'll tear you in half and then reattach you back to your original appearance. I'll also let my daughter see her father's abilities. The 5 old maggots were not lying to them. Chu Yang and the others were startled. They had heard what this man had said a moment ago. Those 5 old maggots had said that people would be dismembered and their souls torn apart. This kind of thing might really happen. Master, save me. The parrot was scared out of its wits, and it shrieked in a shrill voice. It was completely terrified. It had no strength to struggle. In this man's hands, it was no different from an ordinary parrot. Chu Yang was also shocked. The man was delirious, and there was no point in saying anything. He could only accept his daughter's identity. Father, that's my parrot. If you tear it apart, my heart will ache, he said, trying to sound as effeminate as possible. He was really going all out. In the past, even if you held a knife to his neck, you wouldn't be able to see him like this. Chu Yang was afraid that he would beat himself to death if he saw such an appearance that was neither male nor female. As soon as he finished speaking, goosebumps broke out all over his body. Ha ha ha! The man laughed. Don't worry, my dear daughter. Your parrot won't die. I'm just doing a magic trick for you. Besides, even if I tear your parrot apart, I'm sure your father has the ability to restore it. Besides, it's not like you don't know your father's embroidery skills. He can definitely sew your parrot back together. You won't be able to tell it all." The parrot's hair stood on end. It was terrifying. Chapter 10:11. This lunatic should be immortal Shangshan. Chu Yang knew his identity, but what was the use of knowing a lunatic's identity? His brain was short-circuited, so he directly used the divine demon martial soul to deduce. Then he slapped his head, feeling that he was so stupid that he did not even know how to give someone a taste of their own medicine. The 5 old maggots played tricks on him. How could he not play tricks on them? 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but he did not need 10 years. He called himself a genius in swindling and stealing in vain. "Father, the parrot was not laughing at you just now. It was reminding you that there are 5 shameless old men peeping outside. You have to go outside and tell them. If this gets out, my reputation." Chu Yang was already in a difficult position with his sissy voice. The words that followed were even more disgusting. He really could not bring himself to say something like, "I don't want to live anymore." Buzz. When immortal Shangshan heard this, he immediately released the power of his spiritual soul. The void immediately buzzed and shook like a rag. The power of his spiritual soul was extremely powerful. If he did not subconsciously protect Chu Yang, his daughter, Chu Yang and the rest would have all fallen down. This immortal Shangshan is really terrifying. While Chu Yang was shocked, immortal Shangshan had already roared in anger. "How dare you!" As he spoke, his big hand reached out. Although it was far away, the big hand reached out in an instant like the hand of God. "Senior." Liu Yangxia and the rest were frightened and tried to resist, but they could not do anything to the big hand. They were caught like 5 chicks. Bang! The 5 of them were thrown to the ground. Immortal Shangshan stared coldly at the 5 of them. "How dare you peep? I'm hugging my own daughter, and you want to laugh at me? You want to spread this and ruin my daughter's reputation? You're really despicable. You've lived for so long, yet you're still so shameless. I'm embarrassed for you." These words made Chu Yang incomparably happy. His whole body felt very comfortable. Someone should teach these 5 old maggots a lesson. They don't know how to respect their elders. They are very despicable. However, Reverend Shangshan reprimanded him again and again. His logic was very clear, which made Chu Yang's heart beat like a drum. Is he really crazy or just pretending to be crazy? If he was pretending to be crazy, Chu Yang recalled that he had disguised himself as a woman just now. Putting aside the fact that his feminine voice was disgusting and nauseating, he reckoned that he had completely detested the perfected Shangshan. And killing with a borrowed knife. Chu Yang broke out in cold sweat. If Jinren Shangshan had not gone mad, he would have gone mad. Liu Yangxia, Tom Mingyuan, and the other 4 were about to go crazy. They were waiting for Chu Yang and the others to be scared out of their wits and return in a sorry state. Then, they would kneel and beg for mercy and compromise. The 5 of them had even thought of mocking words, but who would have thought that such a sudden turn of events would occur? What made them even more shocked was that not only were they caught and sent to the mental hospital, they were also inexplicably accused. They did not even know the whole story. At the same time, they immediately faced the same predicament as Chu Yang just now. This was a lunatic. What was there to say to him? It was useless to say anything. "Senior, we're innocent." Liu Yangxia knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. He cried out, "Senior, we're just sending this year's new disciples to the Shangshan Institute. There's no such thing as peeping. Senior, we're innocent. Please investigate clearly." As for the lunatic's daughter, they could only think that they had seen a ghost. The lunatic's daughter was long dead. How could he have a daughter? Chapter 10:12. How dare you lie to me? Immortal Shangshan sneered. "Is my daughter a new student of the Sky Academy? Does she need you to send her home?" Cold sweat trickled down his back. Liu Yangxia and the others saw that the madman was angry, so they hurriedly explained, "Senior, I'm sorry for your loss. Your daughter has been killed by an extraterrestrial demon and is no longer alive." Then, Lu Yangxia pointed at Chu Yang. Senior, these people are not your daughters at all. Besides, you only have one daughter. How can you have four? Slap. Immortal Shangshan was furious. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Yangxia. How many daughters do I have? Don't I know? Slap. Another slap. Can't I recognize my own daughters? Do you really think I'm a madman? After 2 slaps, Lu Yangxia's face was deformed and distorted. It was estimated that the bones on her face were broken. Senior, we know we are wrong. Please forgive us. Tom Mingyuan and Ping Zimo were completely sober now. They didn't want to argue with a madman. They were crazy. Dad, you can't let them go easily. They should take the blame for the parrot. Anyway, Dad is good at craftsmanship. They can sew it back. When Chu Yang spoke, Tom Mingyuan and the others were stunned. The daughter of Crazy's old was Chu Yang, the wild dog. They instantly gnashed their teeth and immediately understood what was going on. It must be the wild dog who pretended to be Crazy's daughter and killed them with the help of Crazy's old. Damn it. They wanted to be angry, but they didn't dare to. They could only suppress all the anger in their hearts, for fear that a trace of it would leak out and be sensed by Crazy's old. The 5 people were also cursing God in their hearts. The original fatal situation had turned out to be like this. What made them even angrier was that Chu Yang, a dignified man, was actually seen as a woman by Crazy Old Man as his daughter. What kind of luck is this? How could such a bizarre thing happen? The 5 people were more angry than furious. They felt that they had been played by God. That's right. What my precious daughter said makes sense. Although his crime doesn't warrant death, he must be severely punished as a warning to others. The moment Reverend Shangshan opened his mouth, they were scared out of their wits. This punishment was too terrifying. They immediately defended themselves again. Senior, this is just a wild dog. It's very lowly. It's definitely not your daughter. Father, they called your daughter a dog. Chu Yang felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. When Lu Yangxia and the others heard his feminine voice, not only did it give them goosebumps, but it also made their vision go dark. Immediately, the 5 of them glared at Chu Yang. Their threatening intent was self-evident. Chu Yang made an orchid gesture and looked back at them respectfully. This young master is handsome. What will you do about it? After that, he said to the Jinren Shangshan in an aggrieved manner, Father, they even scolded me. Hashtag yin %, hashtag yin %. The 5 people instantly cursed all the dirty words in their hearts. They were really speechless. How can this be? Senior, don't be fooled by this wild dog. How dare you? Their words were directly interrupted by the Jinren Shangshan's roar. The Jinren Shangshan was trembling with anger. He pointed at the 5 of them and said angrily, You've gone too far. How dare you call my daughter a dog in front of me? I won't forgive you today. Master's father. Chapter 10:13. Xu Yang's vision went black, and he almost fell down. He really wanted to roast the parrot and eat it. It was very destructive, but he felt disgusted when he heard it. Lu Yangxia and the other 4 were furious, but they were even more frightened. Senior, this is definitely groundless. We have never seen your daughter, and we would never dare to have such filthy thoughts. Senior, please understand. Chu Yang was speechless again. How terrified were these 5 old men that they directly admitted that he, a man, was a woman, and that he was the daughter of immortal Shangshan. Dog, you deserve to die. Dog, if I don't kill you, I am not a man. You damn dog. How dare you slander us like this? Flutter. The parrot pretended to be frightened and kept flapping its wings. However, it fell to the ground directly. Then it was extremely frightened. It hugged the immortal Shangshan's foot with its wings and screamed, Kill the bird! Kill the bird! Help! Master's father, the bird is scared. I told them about their evil deeds, and they want to kill me. They want to eat me. Ah! As soon as the parrot finished speaking, it felt a suction force and fell into the immortal Shangshan's hand uncontrollably. It was frightened and screamed. It thought that it was exposed, and almost wanted to expose its lies and confess. Parrot, what you said just now is true. The immortal Shangshan roared. The 5 bastards really want to humiliate my daughter. The parrot was shocked by the roar, and its head was buzzing. However, it was relieved. Master's father, what I said is true. If there is a lie, I would rather be struck by lightning. If I fall into the cycle of reincarnation, I will die a horrible death. Not only did it lie, but it also swore. Lu Yangxia, Tom Mingyuan, Ping Zimo, Dong Zishu, and Guan Jianmin were so angry that they almost fainted. Because of fear, they were trembling like a sieve. They no longer had the playful attitude they had when they were toying with Chu Yang and the others. Chu Yang sneered in his heart. You did it. I will do it. Now let's see who will kill who. Jinren Shangshan was enraged and roared. You 5 bastards, I'm going to tear you apart. Senior, there's no such thing. We've been wrongly accused. Senior, don't listen to the words of this lowly dog. He wants to borrow Senior's hand to kill us. His actions are incomparably vile. Senior, we are all in our 50s. How can we be happy about something like this? The 5 of them knelt on the ground and banged their heads repeatedly. So you still know that you're 5 shameless old men. Spiritual Master Shangshan roared and pointed at Lu Yangxia. In an instant, Lu Yangxia inexplicably floated and lay flat in the air. Then, as if something was pulling him, his entire body suddenly split into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and internal organs spilled all over the ground. Chu Yang's pupils trembled when he saw this. This was even more tragic than being torn apart by 5 horses. He had clearly seen that Lu Yangxia's torso had been completely torn into pieces. At that moment, his eyes were filled with blood. Madman, he's really a madman. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart was filled with hatred. Damn you, old maggot. You actually want to kill me like this. You're too vicious. Split. Just as Chu Yang and the rest were in shock, Spiritual Master Shangshan pointed at Tom Mingyuan. In an instant, Chu Yang sensed that in Tom Mingyuan's spiritual world, Tom Mingyuan's soul was being pulled out. Then, it was being torn apart by an unknown force and shattered into pieces. Mingyuan hugged his head and howled miserably on the ground. His face was distorted and his entire body was convulsing. The remaining 3 people, Ping Zimo, Guan Jianmin, and Dong Zishu, exploded in panic. Old madman, I'll kill you. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.